I don't know. Have you used 2-ply before?
I'm a three or more kind of guy.
3 or more?
I've used 2-ply.
Is there more than 4? Is there 6 or 8?
That's like talking about stages of cancer. Can it anymore? I don't know.
I really don't know either.
I don't know, kid.
Welcome back to the Sin Den. I am with our host, Chandler.
Oh, what's up? Shit. I didn't say anything out of pocket, did I?
And as always, I am Slug, the co-host.
And unfortunately for you, I'm your host, Chandler Allen Berry, and he already introduced himself, so I'll allow you to do that bit.
Ha! We are back. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed our bonus episode. That was fun to do. We got off of work. We recorded a movie review. And we were recording for another hour and 20 minutes just talking bullshit. But apparently he liked it enough to make it the bonus episode.
It was good.
Yeah.
I liked it. Just like my second favorite episode. It wasn't even the mainstream episode.
All I did was we talked about the wall, and then I flexed my knowledge of metal.
For over an hour. Like, buddy, I was ready to go to bed. You're asking me serious questions about music I don't know. Look, there's a lot of media out there. I can't consume it all. But that's why we're here. We try to do as much as possible. But we've been neglecting one thing in particular. We've been talking about a lot of movies, a lot of music.
Not enough monsters.
No, not at all. And it's funny because that's how we started.
Yeah.
With the second part of the main three. Movies, monsters, and music. That's the second thing.
Yeah.
It's the first thing we talked about in the first episode. And then we talk about it again very briefly for 5 minutes maybe in the second. It just never touched on it again. But there's monsters in the movies we talk about. Hell, there's monsters in the music we talk about. But I want to talk
Jackson.
That's not in his music. That's the artist himself. That's a whole other can of worms. We ain't opening. He opened it himself. So we're talking about the fun kind of monsters.
Real monsters.
Yeah, unlike that other shit. This one is way more fun to talk about and has nothing to do with Michael Jackson.
No, it doesn't.
No.
We shall be doing... Sorry, Miss Jerry.
Not the Flatwoods Monster, the cat.
Yeah. We will be talking about them because we are talking about cryptids today. We are going to go through this list of cryptids you have and talk a little bit about them, but more importantly, talk about the plausibility of them.
That's key. We're going to be going through. We're not doing a dissection and an analysis of all these cryptids in depth. No, we're simply going to talk about.
It's your job to figure it out.
Yeah, no.
No, don't come for us for information.
If you don't know what the ninja is, get on our fucking level. There's a thing called Google.
Yeah, we're just that great. You need to get on our level.
Have you not heard of the internet? It's been out for 30 plus years. You might want to check it out. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know. I'm not going to derail you.
Has the government had access to the internet and the computer for decades before the main public were? Yes. That's not for us to talk about today.
No. We could talk about Polybius another time.
Here we go. Actually, I do want to talk about Polybius.
We're talking about cryptids. We got a long way. That's an urban legend.
Most of these are. We have fucking Santa Claus on this list.
Don't spoil it.
Oh, trust me, there's more than that. They're more interesting than Santa Claus.
All right, let's go. All right, I guess we're doing it. Go put it at the bottom of the list.
We're doing Polybius?
Yes.
Can we do Jeff the Killer now? Shit, we just opened up the floodgates. What
No,
can we not put?
No.
All right.
We're not doing creepypastas.
Like Polybius isn't a creepypasta.
I mean,
if we make allowance for one, it's like, well, damn, do we have to put the Tooth Fairy on here too?
Yeah.
How about Gorgons and Hydras and Greek mythological creatures? Does the Phoenix go on there?
You wouldn't let me put the Leprechaun on the Slashers tier list.
So we put the Leprechaun on this one. Now, there's going to be some controversial takes. Let it be known. And it's called cryptids, but we're talking about more than just cryptids. We're talking about folklore, urban legends, mythology, and just giving our
things
thoughts.
That go bump in the night.
Sure. Anything that people think might be real, but is not recognized by modern day science. Now, some of these are definitely more scientific. Some of these are real. And the question and the debate that's surrounding it is whether they still exist to this day. That's the most important question. Now, some of these might be judged differently because some things I don't think are real in the sense that people say that they are, but I will say it's real because I think it's a real thing that people are seeing. And so we might judge things differently. Are you judging it based off what you agree that other people are seeing what they say they're seeing? Is that what you're gonna decide on?
I'm gonna do both.
Okay.
I'm gonna agree. If we're talking about if it's something that we're trying to figure out the plausibility of whether it's real or not. If I agree with the exact report, then I will say I agree with the exact report. But then if I don't, I will tell what I think it was. But I'm not saying that what they didn't see, they didn't see. You know what I mean?
I know what you're putting down. I think
Picking up what I'm putting down.
that beer mug.
It's gonna go up and down.
I have my.
You haven't even touched yours.
I sipped.
I poured that. What time is it? Poured that 16 minutes ago.
I'm savoring the flavor. I can't drink this and the Coke at the same time. It'll pervert the taste. I should have mixed them together.
Mm-mm.
Well, then when you had you bitching at me because I'm not drinking my beer. So this is what we're gonna do. We gotta stay on topic for once, for one goddamn episode. Let's get to it right now because
Let's get straight into the news.
let's get right into the news. Now, no, I love me some movies. I love me some music. But I think I told you this last night. If I gotta be real, the one topic I want to talk about more than any other is monsters. But we gotta space it out. So I think episode quote unquote 13, I think is a good time to talk about the things, as you say, go bump in the night. The paranormal, the supernatural, the otherworldly. Now, I should preface this by saying that I got in an argument on Reddit.
Oh, this was beautiful.
So I joined r/cryptzoology, and I decided I was going to post something. I was for once, I was going to stop being a lurker and participate in a community I'm legitimately interested in. And you know how that went for me?
Jack and shit.
How do you think it went from me being on the internet, making a post? Well, I'll tell you, within a minute, someone already responded to me, giving me shit. So the post in question was somebody who had asked, what's something in the cryptozoological community, almost say cryptocurrency, the cryptozoology community that I'm not subscribed to that button. That's going to go under. These actually have potential to be like real. Crypto's not real. It's a fucking pipe dream. Don't forget. So what the post in question said, what in the cryptozoology community do you not like? And I decided I'm going to post. And so what I said was, it bothers me that when something is revealed to the public, if something is found, it loses its mystique. Science gives it a different name, and people look at it completely different. And the magic of it is just completely stripped away from it. We look at things like the Kraken.
Platypus.
Especially, yeah, that's a big one. The platypus is fucking insane. That's a real animal.
They thought it was a hoax.
Yeah, it exists on this earth. That's a real thing.
People thought they sewed a duckbill onto a beaver.
But then they believe the Fiji mermaid's real, but they can't believe the platypus. Because P.T. Barnum was just too good with his sewing skills. I guess his taxidermy was just too good. But the Australians, they're bringing a real life platypus and the world is full.
Right.
Explain that one. But so I'm on there and I say it bothers me that stuff like the chupacabra is explained. We have a rational explanation. It's been more or less proven. Is it exactly what people said they thought it was? No. The tales were exaggerated like they oftentimes are, but because we have an answer now, the mystique is gone. And literally nobody talks about chupacabras.
No.
You go past like 2010, back into the early 2000s, the 90s, chupacabra imagery was everywhere. People were interested in it. And now it's just a thing that exists on this earth. And nobody cares. The Kraken was literally proven to be a thing. It exists. And nobody gives a shit. It's just a giant squid or a giant octopus.
The colossal squid.
Yeah, the colossal squid, which we already had evidence for because of sperm whales. When they would resurface from tens of thousands of leagues under the sea, and they'd come back up and they'd just be covered in tentacle marks. And beak marks, too, most importantly. And if you do measurements, well, there's only one thing that could have caused that. And so,
big ass squid.
a big ass squid. And what is the Kraken?
A big ass squid.
So, why is all of a sudden the Kraken not real? Because we call it something different now. We know it exists, it has a scientific name, and we don't care about it, and we move on. And that's pretty much in a roundabout way I was trying to get across. Within minutes, someone's already stirring the pot, trying to get me all riled up. So they responded to me and said, "What are you talking about? Literally every documentary says that the Kraken is just a colossal squid. And what are you talking about? The chupacabra isn't real. Where'd you get that information from?" And I'm over here losing because you're the kind of person I'm complaining about.
Right.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. The Kraken is the colossal squid. So I can't call it the Kraken anymore because they named it something different? Yeah, they are the same thing. You're taking the mystique away from it. So there's two kind of people in the community. You got people who are balls deep in this, who are all about the magic of it, the folklore. They will believe anything. Any granular picture they see that's literally like a few pixels. Oh my God, is that Bigfoot? No, it's a stump in the wood, you fucking tard. But that's what they see. That's because they are looking for it, and they will see monsters and cryptids in any image or video with very minimal evidence to support it. But then you got people on the opposite end of the spectrum who will only believe what they see. They're very scientific, very analytical. They're coming at this from a biological point of view. Can this thing exist on the earth as it currently is? So all in all I'm trying to say is science finds something, proves it exists. It's just not what people, the collective, right? The cultural collective thought it was from police reports, police sketches. That's not what it is. And so all of a sudden people just dismiss the entire story and move on and accept what science found.
I think the only exception is the platypus. Because it's
It's
literally a spit in the face of scientists saying, screw you, shit like this can exist.
And it shows you that you can't afford to be dismissive of even the craziest ideas, no matter how outlandish it seems, because the natural world, I think, and this goes for the entire universe, I don't just mean Earth, and for some of these entries, I think that's important to note, the universe is flexible. And to quote Mr. Goldblum himself, life will find a way.
Yes, sir.
Life will find a way. And I
love
believe that.
Jurassic Park.
We need to watch it again.
Do a series review.
Yeah, shit, why not?
Because I saw the first of the new trilogy. I skipped the second one and then went straight into the third one.
The third one's just Star Wars Cantina.
The whole time, it was so good, man.
Muppets and puppetry.
It was so fun. It was so fun. I'd like to do it like a full series review.
And it's funny we're talking about Jurassic Park because I don't think that's entirely irrelevant. What we're trying to get at here is that
there are some dinosaurs out there. Shout out to the Georgia Raptor. We'll get to them.
Oh yeah, that's our boy. There's a few Georgia ones we could have done, but
we got like two.
Yeah, I
maybe
want to
three.
space it out. I don't want to just do us.
Yeah.
Do we have the most important? Do we have the coolest?
No.
No,
not in the slightest.
No, that's why we try to get some representation on the list. But bringing up Jurassic Park is a good, I think, a good segue into our major point here, is whether it be Darwinism, whether it be evolution, whether it be the intervention of mankind, as with the goat man, whether science creates the monster or whether nature creates the monster, I think is irrelevant. I think 100% anything on this list has the potential to exist, whether it be man intervention with nature or intervention on man from nature. I don't know which, but the universe allows for anything to exist. The potential is always there. And so just because I can't see something, dude, look where we live. Like I haven't been all around the world. I'm not some globetrotter. No. So how am I supposed to tell you that these things aren't real? And maybe that's a fault with my own personal ideology with this, because my whole belief system is, and this goes to everything, as you know, but if you can't disprove it to me, then I can't tell you it doesn't exist. Can you prove it? Maybe not. But if you can't provide me information on how it can't exist, and and I think that's kind of the loophole in my ideology here, to where I can always be right even when I'm wrong, because I can't be wrong with this kind of ideology.
Right.
I think it's just possible on this earth and all the worlds out in the vast emptiness of space. I think it's just entirely possible for anything to exist.
I guess I'm just a stick in the mud in turn. Like I'll believe in anything except for ghosts. I'm sorry, man. It's just ghosts just aren't real.
It seems like you pick and choose. Like there's things you want to believe in because you think they're cool, and then there's stuff you just don't think are cool, and so you won't allow it in your head and in your heart for it to exist. But you'll make allowances for fucking Mothman. Give me a break.
I think Mothman is more believable than ghosts. I'm sorry.
But he's also a supernatural. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it more in depth because clearly we have a rift here. And maybe for once, maybe, just maybe, we'll finally have some conflict on this list. Are you ready to begin, or is there any other points?
I think that's good.
That's good?
That's good.
Okay. Gee, who are we going to start off with? Take a fat, wild guess. Who's number one? Who's the poster child for cryptozoology?
Bigfoot.
The Squatch himself. And now,
Squatch Man.
this can get a bit complicated because when we say Bigfoot, I think most Americans picture like any bipedal, primate that pretty much like the Patterson Gimlin footage. Like that's what they picture. But there's many different kind of big feet. You feel me? Like there's all kind of big feet.
Yeah.
You have yowies, yarans, and so when we say Bigfoot here,
Stone apes.
yeah, there's the skunk ape.
Yeah.
There's so many devil monkey. That's our boy. It's on the list because I didn't want to have too many variations.
Right.
So whether they be subspecies or cousins or directly linked, we're not going to really get into that. But we're going to discuss just the North American version of Sasquatch right now. But later on, we'll definitely have different versions.
Right. I think a good note to start on is the biggest theory with all the different feats is when the ice bridge was connecting North America and Asia.
Hmm.
Yetis made it across.
And because of the,
Allegedly.
the different climate and temperature, just the ecology is different over here
Yeah.
than it is over there. So they change naturally. Their fur coat would change color. Um, is that what happened, or is Bigfoot simply Neanderthals?
Interdimensional time travelers.
My favorite is that all cryptids, Bigfoot included, are just blurry. That's such a cop out.
God, that's such a good joke, though.
It's a good joke, but I've heard people like seriously. Again, they're on Reddit and 4chan, so I can't validate that they truly believe what they're posting. But some people I've seen make claims that, oh yeah, they're just blurry, and I can't tell them they're wrong, joke or no joke. The same thing goes with this. Bigfoot is almost always blurry.
I don't understand how there's never a really good Bigfoot documentary. There's
Well, he's
never,
really cheap.
yeah, especially the one where the weed farms in California. Did you see that one?
I did.
Oh my God,
It was.
it's so bad.
I've seen a bunch of '90s ones that weren't great. There's a few like modern day shows, like Finding Bigfoot. That
12 seasons and you couldn't find his ass.
look, look,
The
Ghost
Gimlin
Adventures.
film, those motherfuckers found that man day one.
It
So
wasn't day one. It wasn't quite day one. But I'll say this: Ghost Adventures is like it's almost catching up to the fucking Simpsons with their season count, dude.
right,
And I think, and we'll get the ghosts and everything. But the reason I'm bringing up Ghost Adventures is, I think they find evidence. Can it be debunked or explained away pretty easily? Does Zach have a massive ego? Does he need to show off how well connected he is to the ghosts by literally getting a blowjob from one in one of the latest episodes? Okay, it wasn't him. It was some psychic they brought on. But my point is,
I do want to clear first. The 12 seasons bit. That's not my joke. Well, I'll credit it later. But
I
I can't.
respect that. I
Yeah,
respect that.
it's a good joke, so
It
I thought
is.
I'd share.
It fits. Uh, but yeah, so I bring up Ghost of Interest just to show that I do think there are good shows out there that showcase finding evidence. Can it all be debunked? Quite possibly. And the same is true for Finding Bigfoot, which is the closest comparison I can think of to that show. And they do find some good stuff.
I
They
think
do.
at least this first season of Mountain Monsters is pretty solid.
But that's tongue in cheek.
Yeah,
We gotta
it's
watch it.
fun.
It's
It's fun.
there's an ongoing storyline. It's like a creepy pasta ARG, dude. It's so good. And there's like crossover between the different monsters.
Wow.
Yeah, they have overlapping storylines and stuff. It's so good. But we're talking about real stuff. So Bigfoot, right? So even in finding Bigfoot, there's like it was early in the show, they had like a really good thermal cam of a figure. It was bigger than what was his name? Bobo? Bo? He's pretty much the stand-in for Squatch. Anytime they want to do a scale comparison, they get this guy, and he's pretty tall. He's like 6.5 feet, close to 7 feet. He's a tall dude, and they did size comparisons to the thermal footage they took going up this mountain. Very rugged terrain, very very out in the middle of nowhere. So it'd be very concerning if there was a human being out there. I think I'd be more scared of a person out
Right.
there than a fucking Bigfoot. You know, that make I expect to see a Bigfoot out there, not a 8 foot dude climbing the side of a mountain. And when they did the size comparisons, this thing was significantly taller than their biggest guy.
Right.
So that's to say they didn't find anything. I think is selling it short.
Right. I think there's some really solid evidence out there. Um, it's very hit or miss with the Bigfoot Museum we did go to, but I do really believe Bigfoot is out there because it's out of all the cryptids, I really think it's the one that's like for sure. Because
Really?
yeah, because there are still a lot of um different, what do they call it, species between uh the first man to now. You know,
Yeah.
there's so many missing parts that it's just also for there to be so many different sightings all over the world of different kinds of Bigfoots, more than any other kind of cryptid. It's just for me, it's just a matter of time.
Think so? Or do
Yeah.
you think it's like Troll Hunter, where it's just a giant international governmental conspiracy to hide these creatures?
You know what? You know what? You might be onto something
Or
there.
maybe they're just hiding in the Hollow Earth. Or they're fourth dimensional time travelers.
Yeah, yeah, I like
Or
that one too. Or
or
we could do this all night, Chandler.
you could
We
just
have
say that the government is putting people in monkey suits, throw them out in the woods to convince people that there's monsters to distract them from the real monster, the government. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
all
You can't.
right. What next?
No, no,
Was
no, no, no. Hold on, hold on. I'm not. I do want to talk about Gigantopithecus
Mhm.
because I don't think you can talk about Bigfoot and not talk about Gigantopithecus. I don't think you can. All right.
Right.
So has the thing been officially extinct for a long time? Sure. Sure. It's been extinct for a very long time. But at the same time, you had that fish in the 30s that was found that was supposed to be extinct for millions of years. And they haven't refound it since. They haven't rediscovered it.
I think it's what this could be a course correction, but I think that's what Relicanth, the Pokemon,
It
it's
is.
literally
It is.
it's it's Pokédex entry. It's like just over all the different games. It's literally like we don't know why it's still alive. It's too damn old.
It's crazy. That thing was fished out off the coast of Madagascar in the 30s, and that thing had been extinct, according to science, for millions upon millions of years. And then they find it, and it's just gone again.
Right.
That's like that's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude.
The ocean is just huge.
But the same can go. The same rings true for the land. Not quite in the same way the ocean is mysterious, because we know more about the surface of Mars than we know about the surface of the ocean,
Right.
like the Mariana Trench. We know far more about space itself than we do what the hell's in just that trench, and that's not even the only trench.
Right.
Think about that. But you got to think about all the very rural, isolated places of the earth. I know people say we're our generation in particular that we're born too late to discover new continents, but we're born too early to discover the stars. So we're stuck in this weird gray area where everything is found. There's nothing new. And I disagree. I do disagree. There's definitely a lot of isolated, especially like Siberia, Antarctica, and it makes sense for those places to still hold stuff there. But there's not really any, I don't know, big feet located in the Antarctic. But I still bring it up because it's still a massive part on the Earth where there's just what's there. There's a possibility. And if there's a possibility, I'm going to give it credence.
Right.
I mean, hell, think about the megamouth shark. It's a giant ass shark. And it wasn't discovered till the 1970s. And you can look it up on Wikipedia, the number of sightings it's had since its original discovery.
Very sparse.
Yeah, there's not many. There's been like 50 or 70 sightings of the damn thing since the 70s. That's insane. That's an entire species of shark. I mean, did you get the frilled shark? Are we talking about the ocean? I think it's more credible and more believable that literally anything can exist in the ocean. But when you start talking about land creatures, that's our place. That's where we live.
Yeah.
We call the shots up here. You're telling us
Our time down
it's
here.
it's our time up here. Because I can't tell you that there isn't a hollow earth, and that's where they all go. Because there's no where do they go? We have all this technology, and maybe it's my hubris. It's the hubris of man to think that there's something that can hide from us still.
Have you seen those people that try to mix hollow Earth and flat Earth theory?
That is mind numbing.
Like, I'll give them credit to try to figure out how it would work with no or doctor's degree in anything. They're like, yeah, these tinfoil hat guys. It's not believable, but it's entertaining at the least.
I still like to see how people, even with the most batshit insane ideas, try to rationalize it with science.
Right.
Because believe it or not, I do like to look at things scientifically. I know that might be funny to you, but I do. I try to look at it very reasonably, and I don't accept things just because I believe that it can exist. I just look at nature, I look at what cryptozoologists have discovered, what science has found, validating the potential for things to exist. That's just contradictory. The earth can't be flat and hollow, right? Like, come on.
But them trying to justify their thoughts.
I'll listen. I'll sit and have a beer with them. Hell yeah, I'll sit down for hours and let them prattle on.
I do think, I mean, I could prove that the Earth is flat, but the hollow Earth theory is just too interesting to not entertain because we haven't been to the center. We can't get
No,
to the core.
that super borehole that they have in Russia, it barely made a dent in the earth. Like if just the crust, if you look at a diagram of just the crust and saw how far down the borehole goes, it's the supermassive borehole. It's the biggest and deepest hole that that anyone's ever dug into the earth, and it barely makes a scratch. So I can't tell you that there isn't a hollow earth. And that goes for most of these because we're just two guys.
Yeah,
We don't know what's out there. But if
we
there's that
haven't been out there.
potential, no, I barely leave my house.
Yeah,
So it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but we're going off gut here. We're going off how we feel. But there is evidence, and it's important to mention the Patterson Gimlin footage that we briefly talked about earlier. You have to bring it up when talking about Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Is it the first Bigfoot sighting? No. It goes back thousands of years. The native indigenous populations have seen Bigfoot. They talk about the wild men all over the earth, on almost every continent except that piece of shit that's called Antarctica, that has the stupidest cryptids I've ever heard of. They can't have normal ones. Why can't they have like living snowmen? They have Ninjan.
Those are cool though.
They are cool, but like
Really cool.
some of them are just so weird. I'd rather believe in John Carpenter's The Thing is down there. But no, they don't. They don't have any of their own. But we'll get to Antarctica.
The blob is frozen out there.
Do we know? We don't, because we haven't been there. So, talking about the Patterson Gimlin footage, it's it's the best footage. The fact that to this day, even with all the frame stabilization technology, with all the hardware and all the professionals, not just like cryptozoologists and not just scientists, like people who work with film and editing and special effects, um, uh, Jim Henson. We've had like major people come forward and their companies come forward and try to analyze it frame by frame by frame. And the fact that none of them can agree on it.
Right.
There are people in the community who believe in Bigfoot but don't believe the Patterson Gimlin footage. They think it's a hoax. But then you have people who work on suits and special effects and said that for that time, that kind of movement, the way that the you can see the muscles ripple underneath the fur, they say that's impossible to replicate with the technology at the time. Do I believe that? No, not really. I think it's possible. I just don't think it's possible for these two dipshits to do it. These two guys with the camera that just fabricate that.
I think it's straight up Bigfoot. On God, no cap. It's Bigfoot. You can't tell me otherwise. I'm sorry, Dad. I believe in Bigfoot. That's a 10 for me.
That's a 10 for you?
Yeah. Plausibility, that's a 10 for me.
You can't discount every culture. You can't discount what everyone all over the earth is seeing. I'm gonna give it an 8. I'm gonna give it an 8. Is definitely heavier on the side that I think there's something out there. I think it's a primate. I think it's bipedal. But is what do I think it's what people say they're seeing? I can't tell you for sure. But I'm gonna say I think it's 8 that there's something. Then you get the people who see Bigfoot who crawls on all four. Then you got the middle-aged women who think that Bigfoot is their lover and can speak to them in very fluent English.
Have you seen the Bigfoots that wear flannels? It's like its
Yes.
own thing.
Yes.
They're
So
just lumberjacks.
there's how you we'll get to a lumberjack. That some people might argue and get pissy about because he's not a cryptid and doesn't belong on this list. But we'll get to lumberjacks. A big one, in fact. But
Pretty big one.
I would say, as of right now, this is probably what's going to look like for most of the list, where you're going to be all the way balls deep, and I'm going to be like, eh, I mean, yeah, maybe. And I'm not going to go any further than that. All right. Let's see what we got next. Shit. We got the Georgia Raptor.
So, a dad and his kid. I think we talked about this briefly on the first episode, at least. But a boy and his dad are go out hunting in Georgia, and they just see a straight up velociraptor in the woods, and they report it, and then that's it. I think that's literally it. They there was never any extra sightings. There was never any like follow up. It's just they saw it, and then it's history. We have a Georgia Raptor.
July 2008, a kid and his grandpa went out in the woods, the Georgia woods, and they saw a velociraptor. There's nothing. There's nothing else. There's quite a few of these where there's just a singular sighting. And do you think that hurts the plausibility case when literally only like one or two people see something?
It only hurts it when there's a lack of description, there's a lack of follow up with the people. Like if they can't just like double down on exactly what they saw, you know. I don't think it hurts it in the sense that less people saw it, that means it doesn't exist. Well, I don't think people just. I generally believe that people, especially in these kind of situations, they see something.
In every case,
Yeah,
giving people too much credit.
whether it's a velociraptor, not so much, but I do think they saw something out there that convinced them that it's some kind of big lizard.
Is it bipedal?
Ah,
I mean, if I can believe in the Loveland frog, can I not believe in velociraptor-looking creatures?
yeah. I mean,
You
yeah.
know, that's where we kind of it gets complicated because we'll make allowances for certain things, but not others. But it's a dinosaur. It was described as a dinosaur.
Just if you just say I saw a straight up velociraptor in the woods of Georgia, I'm gonna be less likely to believe you. But if you come up with a very descriptive lizard man, lizard creature that walked on two legs, I'm more likely to believe that.
Look, I did an exercise the other night where I fabricated my own cryptid because I like making up monsters. And I know if I like making up monsters, so do other people. But I did an entire police report. I even looked at the Cherokee language and I took words from it, watered them down as white people oftentimes do to other cultures, and I took pieces, like little pieces of words, and I put it together and I created my own monster. Boom, there you go. It's that easy. And I was very descriptive. Is it really that hard to believe that someone else could just do the same thing? Come on.
I think if there's like I don't know. I have the benefit of doubt with a lot of these monsters. It's just with detail, it makes me more interested. With a lack of detail, like just straight up, oh, it's a raptor. But like going back to the Loveland frog, if you told me the report was of a giant frog with a wizard hat, that's just the description. Like you didn't go into detail the how long his legs were or how his skin, the texture of his skin looks. If you're just straight up, I saw a big ass frog walking on two legs with a wizard hat on. I'm like, you know what? You probably did.
So what are you gonna say for the raptor?
And I'm gonna give it a 7.
Okay, it's pretty high.
I think that's fair.
I'm not gonna say it's fair, but it's interesting. I'll say that. It's a good marker of where you are mentally. I mean,
What are you trying to say?
absolutely nothing at all. What I'm saying is I'm gonna give it a 3,
Hmm.
and I'm saying 3 not because I think like that 3% right there, that number 3 out of 10. I'm not saying that's like that 3 represents the fact that I think it could be a raptor. That 3 represents the fact that they didn't lie. That
It,
they saw something.
right.
So I'm gonna give them some benefit and say there's a possibility they saw something and then just flat out make it up. Wendigo, or as one of our coworkers likes to say, the Wendigo, the native spirit of cannibalism. That's actually not just a bipedal humanoid deer creature that's decomposing. That
Yeah.
is a modern Hollywoodized version of it that we think of today. In fact, when most people think of Wendigos,
When you're doing.
they I get it confused sometimes. I'll say Wendigoon in place of Wendigos, but most people are getting it confused with the SCP, the pocket.
The pocket.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they get it confused. That's not what it looks like at all.
No.
Um, this is where things get a little dicey because the Wendigo conceptually is just cannibalism. It's this force of nature that causes men to cannibalize one another when they're starving. It's literally just the personification of a feeling that man has. It's a 10 for me because
Right.
it literally exists.
Yeah. Uh,
It's literally cannibalism.
I would say a 10 because I actually think it's like with the native superstition, I think that a person could, through magic and spirituality, their whole bone structure could restructure through an evil force like that. I'm gonna give it
I'm
a
not
10.
laughing at you. I'm laughing because I think that's fucking cool,
Yeah,
right? You know,
yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, I give it a 10 because I'm like, not only do I agree that, yeah, the spirit of cannibalism can make people do some horrendous stuff, but the idea that, like, yeah, if because cannibalism on its own, I don't think is going to convert your entire bone structure, but with uh, native native magic and spirituality, I think that things can manifest.
well, think about this. You've been exiled from your tribe. Say you're part of the Cree people, right? Let's say up there in Canada, part of the Cree people, and you get excommunicated from your tribe, and you're not allowed to come back for whatever trespass you may have committed. You're not allowed to come back. So now you're a wild man. You're living in the deep wilderness before any other people have come over to this shore. You are completely and absolutely alone. The only other people out there are people who want to kill you because they're of a different rival tribe. So you have no food. You don't know how to hunt. You're starving. Your bones are going to show. You're going to be cold. Your skin might even turn purplish blue. Parts of your skin might even fall off. Your bones are peeking out from under your skin. Your eyes are sunken back into your skull, and you're hungry. And any concept of civilization you might have once had with your tribesmen, any semblance of humanity has been completely stripped away from you, and the most basic animalistic instincts have taken over. You are no longer a man. You are the Wendigo. You have become it because there is no humanity in you anymore. You are purely a force of nature, and you're hungry.
Force of hunger.
A force of hunger. Yes.
I think so. Like the hunger could not only just be a need to satisfy nutrients in your body and stuff, but a hunger for uh, people, not in a actual cannibalistic way. Yes, obviously, but the hunger to just see somebody again. If you're out there for so long,
Hunger for anything.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, typically that's not what a Wendigo is, but I like that interpretation. And it's just a personification for me. I would love for there to be a real Wendigo, and I do think there's a possibility it can exist with the flexible nature of the universe, but I just don't. I personally, when I think of a Wendigo, I think of what overcomes man in his darkest, most deprived moments. And so I believe it exists, and you believe it exists for 10, or excuse me, for different reasons,
right.
and we both get labeled it a 10, and we mean two completely different things by it. That's really interesting. I like this. Mongolian death worms.
6.
Elaborate.
Uh, the idea, excuse me, the idea of a giant worm monster in the desert, right?
Uh,
Big, hairy, and pink.
that's a different one. That's the Alaskan bullworm. We're talking about the Mongolian deathworm. They are two different species, but they
Right,
are linked.
right.
Just like graboids are in the same family tree, but they're not the same creatures. But you know what the granddaddy of all of them is? And reports didn't really start showing up in the modern day until after Frank Herbert's Dune came out, with the spice worms on planet Arrakis. They produced the spice melange, as you very well know. And it's just funny to me that after Dune comes out, these giant sandworms in the desert all of a sudden are being spotted. And then you have trimmers come out. And what are those? But Precambrian worms that dig and tunnel under the earth. Usually in desert-like biomes until you get to the sequels. Then they're in fucking Antarctica, and maybe there's graboids down there. That definitely spruce up their laundry list of cryptids.
I don't know. I mean, if there's like one or two of them, I think the plausibility of one or two of them being out there is highly likely than there to be none. And I think coincidence definitely plays a factor in it, but I think it's believable. I think that there could be giant. giant Mongolian death worms in the deserts.
Well, when scientists were sent out there, because there's a bunch of reports of these, they went out there and, 'cause of course, there are when you think of Mongolia, you think of grasslands, but there are actually long stretches of desert. And they sent people out there, met with some nomads, and they kept saying that they were seeing giant Mongolian death worms. And you know what the scientists found?
Snakes.
Snakes. Giant ass snakes. And they're like, are these the death worms? And they said, yes, that's what they were seeing. So are death worms real to those people? Yes. And they go by a different name. They call those Mongolian death. So to them, yes, 100%. Without a shadow of a doubt, that's what they are. Because that's what they call them. But as far as the preconceived idea of what we have as a people, of what the Mongolian death worm is, what'd you say it was? Your
Still
number?
going with a 6.
A 6?
Yeah, I'm still going with a 6.
6 already. This is harder than I thought it would, because there's the romanticist in me who loves all of these so much. And I'm in pain right now trying to place them any lower than a 10. I'm gonna say 5. I'm gonna say 5.
Middle ground.
Because I really don't know. I
We
really
haven't gone
don't.
out there. We'll go on an expedition for the podcast. We'll go find some Mongolian death
We
worms.
gotta go squatching first.
Yeah.
That's on the itinerary. Okay. So you're a 6, I'm a 5. Pretty close so far. We haven't deviated too crazily. So a lot of people get these two confused. Uh, with with Wendigos, but skinwalkers.
10. Just straight up 10. It's yes, supernatural, but I see it more from a spiritual aspect and magic.
You don't believe in ghosts, but skinwalkers, people who change into animals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see it happening. I'd love to see it, you know. I give it a 10 because I think with there's so many different superstitions in their cultures. It's like, yeah, why not?
But you can say that for all of these. Yeah, why not?
Well, it's
You
more
gotta make it
so.
more interesting than that.
Well, I think I do believe in magic. So
Believe in magic in a young girl's heart.
yeah, so I don't know. That's the perspective I'm approaching. Do like yes, I believe in magic, but I also apply a lot of science to the other ones. But if it's a supernatural being, quote unquote, because it's like with like Bigfoot, there's nothing supernatural about it. It's a big ape. You go with Mongolian death worm. There's no nothing really supernatural about it. It's a giant ass worm, you know. But with um, shape shifting, with skinwalkers or the um, body body transformation with Wendigos. Excuse me,
You did
Wendigos.
it. You did it. Yes.
um, I believe it more so because of the superstition behind it.
Okay. Very valid. Very valid. You're wrong, but very valid. What number?
10.
10? That's
Yeah,
right. That's right. 10.
Skinwalker's a 10.
Okay. So I think a lot of it comes down to misidentificate. God, I'm a fucking loser. I'm talking
You
about stick in the
stick in the
mud.
mud.
I am a stick in the mud. I'm submerged. I'm all the way in it. I ain't ever coming out. Okay. So, for sake of argument, right? For sake of conversation, we gotta make it more interesting. So, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I think a lot of it comes down to coincidence. Uh, look, I believe in omens. I believe a lot in fatalism. I do. But when it comes to my car crashed on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere, and then I saw a coyote, and all of a sudden a tow truck just happened to drive by. That's pretty crazy, right? I think that's coincidence. A lot of people will have something happen, something tragic or accidental will happen, and then all of a sudden they'll see an animal, and either they attribute the accident to the animal, or they say the animal helped them just by being there. Like how a lot of people think that owls or ravens are omens. or Mothman's an omen? Did he cause the bridge collapse, or was he simply forewarning people that it was going to collapse? If you see something and then something tragic happens, did that thing have something to do with that? And you start connecting these dots. And also, you got to think, especially in these cultures, they wear buffalo heads or they wear wolf heads. They wear the pelts and the hides of a dozen score animals on their bodies for rituals. I mean, that's what a skinwalker is. Essentially, is a shaman who can shapeshift.
Yeah.
And their shamans wear the pelts of animals already without needing to shapeshift. I think a lot of it's coincidence and just people see something like a shaman with the pelts, and they might even say that they shapeshift, and they'll be inclined to believe them because they're the shaman of the tribe. And you go to them for medicine. You go to them for advice. Like religious advice. You go to them because they're all knowing. And so if they say they shapeshift, then hell, why not?
I think a good story for this is the time where you thought I was experiencing a skinwalker when I was driving home from my parents' house. I proceeded in a span of maybe an hour drive of a straight road, trying to get back to the house. I saw 7 or 8 different animals, like of various types and everything. And it there was dogs, coyotes, wolves. There's like
Was it like an armadillo
armadillo.
or a
Yeah,
raccoon or
yeah,
something?
all of it. I saw all of it, man.
And
On
I
the
made the joke
same stretch of road. So it's I
because
don't think it was a skinwalker, but I think it definitely helps my own belief in it.
of what I said, I was making a joke.
I don't know. It's just you think it's a coincidence. I don't really believe in coincidences. I think a lot of things happen for a reason.
I don't believe. Okay, okay. I believe in coincidences from a psychological point of view of people connecting dots. But I don't think everything happens without cause. I don't think the universe is as random as we may perceive it to be. It's a very orderly, balanced mechanism. And then even though we don't understand all of its inner workings, I I do think everything has a reason for happening. But you can't just discount people's psyche, wanting to see stuff that's not there.
I think I definitely think the universe is more powerful than the human psyche.
Yeah, but the psyche is also powerful enough to perceive the universe in its own way. And I don't want to call out any schizos, but I do want to say that yes, mental illness is a thing. Uh, Schizophrenia is a real problem and a thing that affects people. I know in my own family, people have been affected by that, and they will see and hear things so real to them they can't discern it from fiction. Reality and fiction have blended into one cohesive being, and they cannot tell them apart. So to say that it's not possible for people to perceive reality in the world in a completely different way than it's actually. You could also say that everyone perceives it differently and that that version that they perceive is as real as the next person. You know?
Yeah,
That's possible. Everything is possible. But whether I think skinwalkers exist, you out of your damn mind.
I think they're real.
I'm going to put it at a 6.
That's a pretty big difference.
No, I know. I believe they can definitely exist. But
Well, I'm just going off of like
my tone and everything? Or...
the tally.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Beast of Bray Road.
It's a dog man.
He's a werewolf. He's literally called the Wisconsin werewolf. Now, to be honest with you, there's not too many sightings of him. Michigan has its own dog man, and sometimes they're confused for the same, and that kind of bolsters the sighting numbers by combining two different cryptids into one. But the Beast of Bray Road is a werewolf that's been sighted off of, you guessed it, Bray Road, not too many times. and a lot of these cryptids will have like one or maybe even a dozen sightings. Like not everyone could be Nessie or Bigfoot. You know, there's been enough of these to be like maybe something's going on.
I don't think the werewolf is gonna ask me for 350.
I love you.
Werewolves. I think there's an. I mean, in the modern day, there really isn't any mysticism with it like it used to be. Um, but I do think that if there was such a scare of it and a belief that there were giant men who turned into wolves, then probably, then probably it's more likely than not, and it's just like my perspective on faith as well. Um, People found it through any kind of interaction they had with their world, whether it was happiness, whether it was fear, that caused them to start believing in something. And then, again, it doesn't have to always be about faith, but just perspective of uh, interactions they had that might change their beliefs on things. So I'm not gonna say that it's werewolves are a 10, but I will say that I would probably say probably like a 7 to an 8 believability for me, as for it to be a werewolf.
You said 8, right?
We'll go with 8. I want to be heavy-handed with this, just like my liquor.
All right. So, do you have to slurp it as loudly as humanly possible? Oh God! I get it in my nose. Oh,
Budweiser is the worst when you get it in your nose more than any of
oh,
the
it
other
stings.
beers.
Worse, it's worse than Coke. Okay,
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola. When I say I got Coke in my nose, that's not what they talk about.
No, it's not like those pictures of Mike Tyson with their quote unquote powdered donuts in his heyday.
No one's fooled. I believe in the flat Earth before I believe that he didn't do Coke. No one just gets that good. Don't give people too much credit.
Did have donuts earlier.
That is true, and it was powdered. But did you see me get it in my nose?
No.
Did you see me bulk up? Did you see? Okay, my stomach got bigger. My muscles did not. My muscles did not. So, okay, I have to be the guy to take the wind out of your sails. Look, side note, I fucking love werewolves. I love all of this stuff. This stuff is great. I want it all to be real. But let me be a downer. So, you're in your village, and let's say, what's a place in Britain?
Brixton.
Okay, good one. Okay, so say you're in that place, this like I just mentioned, and you're drinking with your boys outside the pub, and you're taking a stroll back to your house, your cottage, and
We
all
should have
this.
said London, because the werewolf of London.
Yeah, we don't have to make that reference. We'll talk about that movie,
It's
and
a
then
good
it's a
movie.
very bad sequel. Well,
Werewolf of Paris. Excuse me, American Werewolf Paris.
disgusting. We can do a book review on it too, because it was a book. Sorry, you don't read. I'm sorry. You're not cultured in the
I'm
same
not.
way.
I'm not.
Fuck words, man.
It's my dyslexia. It makes it so hard to read.
It's not your fault that the words don't like you.
Yeah,
It's not you didn't do anything. You're just
my
trying to live your life.
my brain wants to put extra letters, and it makes everything weird.
So you perceive reality differently. Think about
I
that.
don't see
Your
the
world is
extra
different than
letters.
mine.
I don't see them.
You see things that aren't there. You need psychiatric help. It's a mental illness. You need to be put in Central State Hospital if this was the 1800s.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to the 1700s. So you're walking back with the lads. You just had a pint at the pub, and you see a stray dog. But you went into that pub with 3 of your friends, and now there's 8 of them. And you're walking upside down, and you don't know what your name is. And now you see a stray dog. You're about as tipsy as a 3-legged bar stool, and you can't tell Jack from Dan. And you see a fucking stray dog, and that thing is coming at you on 2 feet. You swear it had red eyes, steam was coming out of its nose. Okay, it's not a hellhound, But you see a black dog coming after you, and it's 10 feet tall, and it attacks you. And now the whole town is in an uproar because some drunken guy who just got back from the pub saw a stray dog and he thought it was a werewolf. He's like, I swear to God, it turned into a man, and then it turned into a wolf, and then it attacked me, and then it turned into a man again, and he ran away. You gonna tell that guy he's wrong? They're drunk too. Everyone's drunk. It's the 1700s. And what else is there to do? You're gonna procreate with your wife, and have 18 kids, or you're gonna have a pint with the lads. And if that helps you get over your hangover a little quicker to fabricate a stray dog attack as a werewolf, then so be it. I'm gonna give it a nice solid. They saw stuff. They saw stuff, and we're not just talking werewolves. There's an actual segment on werewolves because there is a difference. But as far as the Beast of Bray Road, whether I think there was a werewolf-like creature on Bray Road,
I believe there was a werewolf-esque like creature on Bray Road.
I'm gonna give it a 7.
I think it's more likely that it was a dog man, but that's just me.
No one talks about the bipedal dogs. They're not werewolves. Like they don't shapeshift. They don't. That's not like a man turned into a wolf. No, straight up bipedal dog creatures. No one talks about it. It's a conspiracy. Okay, this is the one I struggle with. I said it right the first time. Mokili Mbembe.
Kili Mbembe.
Mokili Mbembe.
Kili Mbembe.
The sauropod.
Yes.
But if you say that to other cryptozoologists, excuse me, Reddit detectives, they will tell you it's not a sauropod, you're mistaken, and that all the illustrations and all the reports and all the claims are just wrong. And I've seen some people draw it as a long-necked hippo. But we all know that's the bunyip. We're not talking about the bunyip.
I don't think that's the bunyip.
I've seen a bunch of pictures. No one can make up their mind what the fucking
I
bunyip
got
is.
my own idea what the bunyip looks
Dude,
like.
I saw a drawing of a baboon with a spear, and they called it the bunyip. Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the Congo. This goes back to what I was saying about really dense, rural, very tough terrain, middle of nowhere. It's not really a civilized country. I'm sorry, it's not. Is it really third world? Yes, yes, it is third world. There's still wars to this day. It's a very divisive, very hostile environment. So, is it possible that in all the kerfuffle and all the third worldness that's going on over there in the Congo, that there's isn't just some sauropod hiding in the jungle? Do I think it's a sauropod? No, I don't. I don't think it's a dinosaur because dinosaurs are dead, and we all know that dinosaurs are actually dragons. We'll get there. Is it possible it's related to, or some other long-necked aquatic creature because it's always spotted in water? That's more believable. What do you think?
I think it's a dinosaur.
Just straight up.
Straight up a dinosaur.
Why aren't there more?
There are.
They're just all
Every
concentrated.
Every lake, you look at any lake, it has a sauropod in it.
No, those are plesiosaurs.
Plesiosaur, excuse me.
There's a difference. Plesiosaurs are still alive. Sauropods are not. Okay? They're not.
They're in all. We have one. We have one. It's right down.
It's right down the road.
Yeah.
Right down the road a ways.
Yeah.
You got our old boy.
Yeah. So what's her name?
It's not Ogopogo, is it?
Ogopogo. I thought Ogopogo was the Canadian one.
Oh yeah. I don't see. It starts on A. I don't really care about ours, to be honest with you. Like when it
No.
comes to like Georgia cryptids,
Ours suck.
I don't care.
They suck. Why can't we get any good ones?
They're all so derivative. That's why I put it on the list. The only cool we have is a fucking Velociraptor, and only 2 people saw it,
right.
and that's the best we got. We'll count better ones.
We'll see something when we go squatch it.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna make anything up. We're not the kind of people to lie, right?
No,
We're
we're
trustworthy.
not. It's just one of those things where you go out looking for something.
You'll find something.
Yeah. Whether or not it's an actual cryptid or a homeless man, we'll find out.
That's kind of the problem. If you go in search of something, you will rationalize in your head. That's also the problem with ghost hunting. You will rationalize something as being paranormal or supernatural, even when it's not, because that's what you're looking for. But no one's really gone out of their way to find a fucking sauropod in the Congo. But all the tribes people see it. Now, again, with the Mongolian deathworm thing, they were misidentifying snakes. Almost like how people misidentify big clusters of snake colonies as a hydra. It makes sense that someone who's ill-informed or doesn't really understand the natural world around them, that's what that would be. It's perfectly valid.
I like the counter of. I think you with these situations, they believe something because they believe in it out of fear. There has to be something that caused the fear.
Yes, and that's the same is true for stuff like the Yeti and some other monsters.
That's what my point was the
Yeah,
Yeti with the
these people talk
monks.
about it. Not like this isn't like, oh, we saw this and it's cool. They wish it wasn't real. They don't want it to be real. Why would they go out of their way and pretend that something is real when they have no reason to? They're afraid. They changed their lifestyle. They changed what they do. Is the lighter out?
I don't know. Don't worry about it.
Speaking of the definition of insanity, trying to get that cigar lit. But what's actually less insane, surprisingly, is this sauropod in the Congo. Mbimbe, Makili Mbimbe. Makili Mbimbe. Just rolls off the tongue once you get it right. Once you get it right, it just rolls right off.
Yeah,
Like
it's a
molasses.
fun one. I like sauropods. I think they're fun.
Littlefoot. I like Littlefoot. So if there's a possibility that Littlefoot could be real and I could meet him in the Congo, it gives me a reason to go there.
There are other cryptids out there in the Congo. There's a lot of them.
There
There's
is.
other dinosaurs too.
You can make an entire. There's a T-Rex.
Yeah.
In Africa.
I want to, but at least at that one, it's like cut dry confirmed because I've seen the movie that they ripped the T Rex from.
It kind of hurts.
Yeah.
It kind of hurts. There's a few of these where the legend starts with a photo or an image, and then once that's proven false, everything afterwards just kind of falls away. But when you have like native indigenous tribes telling stories from across different cultures, from different continents, all kind of reinforcing this, there's something going on. It's really our job as up and coming cryptozoologists right here, right now, to confirm for you whether they're real.
It'll be a live action segment for the podcast.
We're gonna find these.
We'll find big.
We'll
We're
find them.
gonna find Makili Mbembe.
We're gonna find all of these. We have this laundry list here.
Makili Mbembe.
Oh, that'd be a cool band name.
Makili Mbembe.
Yeah.
Makili Mbembe. I don't even know how to pronounce it anymore. I said it too much.
It's just watered down. It's watered down.
Let's keep the train moving. I'm gonna say a big 8.
Just like this beer, it's watered down. Doesn't taste as the same. It was never good to begin with.
It's not even Bud Light.
Yeah, I know.
That's just water.
It doesn't even taste good. And then it tastes good to start. To start with. Okay. What do I want to? I'm gonna give this a 9.
Oh, you're gonna rank it higher than me?
Yeah, I'm straddling the line of giving it a 10.
Give it a 10.
Because I'm gonna
okay. Have some difference.
I'm gonna give it a 10 because these tribes people are seeing something, and they're describing it as a sauropod, and there have been expeditions. Okay, they didn't get any photographic proof or video evidence, but very credible people have gone out there. Scientific minds have gone out there, and they've claimed to have seen it. But because of how rural it is, that really gives it some credibility, which is how in the middle of absolutely nowhere this is. The Congo. It's the jungle. There's only a few places on this earth where I'm like, I believe it. That's the ocean, the Arctic, or the jungle. Those are
to the jungle.
Here we go with the music. For once, we have to stick to the monsters. We already made quite a few movie references. You did the Goonies. The Jurassic Park. We can't help ourselves, man. The Thisoline.
Making sure they get their money's worth when they sign up for or they commit to a podcast called Movies, Monsters, and Music.
Yeah, we're giving you all 3. It's kind of a habit. We don't. It's not like we choose this.
No.
We didn't choose this. This is
You
just what we
choose
talk
this
about.
life.
No, it chose us.
Yeah.
That's all we talk about, anyways. Might as well
Record it.
have a podcast. Yeah. So the Tasmanian tiger was a legitimately real creature. We don't just have fossil proof, like just the bones. We have taxidermy. We have video evidence and photographic evidence. It's a real thing. Any way you beat it. But it's extinct. According to science, at least.
I don't think it is. I don't think anything is really truly dead.
But you don't believe in ghosts. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the Tasmanian tiger, in terms of it being still alive, we'll give it a 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like a small pocket still living out there?
Yeah. It's like with the British government not acknowledging they have big cats.
They do. Okay. Can I talk about that real quick? The whole
Is
big.
it on the list?
No.
Okay, then we can talk.
Well, I'm gonna talk about it right
real
now.
quick.
Kind of
Yeah.
like alongside the Tasmanian tiger. So, all right. This isn't just like a UK thing. Like, there's been sightings in Georgia of big black cats, panthers, and whatnot. And I can confirm for you right here, right now, that is a real phenomenon that is happening because I have literally seen it. I can confirm. There's a hunting property we have in Hancock County, and it's one of the poorest, if not the single poorest county in the state. Very rural. There's like no running water except for like a few places, but for the most part, it's rough out there. And we had some trail cams set up and caught it. There is a black panther in the wood, the backwoods of Georgia. Maybe it's not a velociraptor, but it's definitely a big black cat. There you go. It's proven. It's there. Is it crazy? Sure. But you look at Florida. Look at Florida.
It's crazy.
It's
Have
crazy.
you seen the people there?
It's absolutely insanity.
A bunch of snowbirds and retirement people.
Yeah. Imagine wanting to go down there to live the rest of your life out until you die. It's
I actually
insane.
wanted to. Jacksonville, at least.
Jacksonville's a lot better. You start going below the panhandle and things get kind of crazy down there. It gets more and more Floridian. And then it starts breaking up until you get to the Conch Republic, and it's like, is that even Florida? They had a rebellion in the 80s where they threw fucking bread at people. It's madness down there. Absolutely insanity. But they have crazy animals down there. Florida is very tropical.
The orange crocodile.
Yeah, there's a literal orange crocodile.
They didn't go out there to study it or do anything. They were just like, oh, look at them. There's like live footage on television.
Yeah, they don't care. It's weird how they pick and choose. Florida's a prime example of crazy zoological things going on.
And
Because
it's
it's
not
this.
just the people.
No, that's a whole other issue unto itself. The people are scarier than the animals down there. No offense to the Floridians, but they know this better than anyone else because they live with them. They know their own news headlines. We just propagate it for them. So, when it comes to Florida, it's a melting pot of all these different animals from all over the world. You got big ass boa constrictors and pythons, and you have panthers. Whether they're escaped from zoos or they're imported in, there's a lot of invasive species in Florida that have made their way up. Did you know kudzu bugs were invasive?
I don't know what a kudzu bug is.
They were a big problem years ago. I remember seeing them all over the place. I'm not saying they came from Florida, but they were an
You
invasive.
gotta blame Florida, though.
I'm going to. I have to. Because that's where all the problems start. There's two states that need to break off from the union. You decide what the other one is.
It's the Wang of the United States,
It's
as
the
Homer Simpson likes to say.
yeah, the one that has the fault to where if there was a huge earthquake, that state would just be gone. And
California.
yeah, and I think all the people on one side of this political spectrum would be shouting hooray, and then all sensible people would be like, holy shit, millions of people just died. So that's that. What I'm gonna say for the Tasmanian tiger though is it's very possible. It's very possible, like a lot of these, I agree that there's a chance, but it's given
So you're
more
saying
credence.
it's-
Other movie reference. And that's a
Okay,
good
I'll
one
slow
too.
down. I'll
Slow it down, slow
I'll
your
slow
roll.
down. I'll slow down. It's a good movie, though.
It is. The candy bar scene is my favorite.
Bathroom.
The bathroom scene with the candy bar is my favorite. I quote that all the time. There's shit on the floor. There's shit on the walls. There's shit everywhere. It literally anytime I go to the bathroom and take a real shit, I quote it. I'll just be sitting. You can hear me echoing throughout the entire house, quoting Dumb and Dumber. Anywho, um,
Any of
the 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 Tasmanian tiger is real. It's a thing that lived,
yeah.
and it's not like dinosaurs. This thing went extinct in the 30s. In the 30s. That's very new, very recent. That's also when that fucking fish was found too, off Madagascar. So something freaky is going on in Oceania. I don't know why that part of the world is so screwed up.
They did give us Bluey though.
Oh, buddy, you want to talk about bipedal dog people? We'll
I don't
watch it
know.
later.
But yes, please.
I've been binge watching Bluey.
Oh my god. I'm just a sucker for good animation.
It's the
It's not
details are
just
really good.
it's not just good animation. It's got actual really solid jokes. I don't know.
I'm shocked
I'm
how funny it
shocked if
is.
anybody who's listening doesn't already know who what Bluey is.
Everyone knows what Bluey is.
Yeah.
It's legitimately funny and really good. So shout out to Bluey and all the Australians.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Australians, they have Tasmania. It's considered part of the Commonwealth, but it's separated from the mainland. So unlike the vast expanse that is Australia and the outback and everything, uh, Tasmania is very small, very isolated, very small. But it's at the same time, is it possible for something like the Tasmanian tiger to exist on that island and just go unnoticed? Maybe in very small pockets. Maybe they don't breed as often or what have you. I don't know what it is.
What if there's like a biological thing in them that tells them not to breed so much because their flight or flight has told them that there are things looking for them.
Because they've come so close to extinction that their bodies tell them stop fucking so much so they can survive. I like it. Maybe the same's true for Bigfoot.
Before we move on, I can't go without mentioning in Australia, Portal is a really good avant-garde black metal band. They have this whole aesthetic. They're all in robes and everything, and it's some wild music.
I've seen it.
Yeah,
I've
you
seen it.
seen the live
I
the
have.
live
I
performance?
have.
Oh my god! But I guess rounding it back, the Outback has dinosaurs too.
What do they not have?
Safety.
Government. You know what they do have? Big fucking emus. How do you lose a war against a?
Okay, okay.
I'm not saying anything negative about the Australians, but come on, guys, you had fucking machine guns.
How do you lose to a bunch of big birds? Flightless birds.
Like I could see if they were moas.
Yeah.
Moas are extinct. Thank God that they are, because that you want to talk about the second emu war? They would have had like an axis of evil. You would have had emus teaming up with moas, and Australia would be gone. They would have wiped out. The emus had mercy. And remember, no armistice was ever signed. No treaty was signed. They're technically at war, the same that North and South Korea are at war. They're respecting each other because they know they'd wipe each other out.
Are Gila monsters from Australia too?
I thought that was a southwestern American thing.
Like the big black and like orange poison spit.
Yeah, maybe, maybe. I just remember the '50s movie.
Of course.
That's all I
That's
remember.
not what I'm talking about.
I
But
like I know, but like you say Gila Monster, I think of the '50s movie. You
I
have
think
the
that's
same
a
name.
dinosaur. I think those are dragons.
You say that like those are two different things. Dragons are dinosaurs.
I I will say some dragons are dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs are dragons.
Agreed. Because not all are avian or reptilian in their nature.
Yeah, I like wyverns. Those are my favorite kind of dragons.
The inheritance cycle written by Christopher Paolini kind of ruined me because like if it's the same thing of Tolkien's like if the dragons don't talk, then I don't care. They're not animals. They are sentient magical beings that exist in the spiritual world.
Dude, don't the dragons speak in Skyrim?
They do.
Yeah,
Like Parthenax, who's voiced by Charles Martinet, who also voices Mario.
that's wild.
Parthenax, dude, is voiced by Mario. Insane.
Why didn't
Absolutely
they get
insane.
him to voice Mario in the new one?
He's in it. but they decided Chris Pratt is as a name people recognize.
I love all the memes of that guy who played Luigi, who was calling for a boycott, and there was a spike in Googling his name to figure out who he was.
It's like, who the hell is this guy? Talk about you tell me Charlie Day can't play Luigi because he's not Italian.
Dude, Charlie Day, I still
He's
haven't even
perfect.
seen it,
He's
but
you know
from
he's
the
perfect.
trailers, it's just like
He's perfect.
so good. I haven't even listened to Peaches yet because I want to hear it
I can
when I
sing
see
it
the
for you.
movie. I no, Willow does it enough,
Oh, it's like a constant thing.
and she likes it a lot,
It's
but
on
it's a
the
joke.
charts. It's on the 100, like the top 100 songs on the Billboard.
It's gonna beat Loverboy.
Would it really be that hard to?
I made this same joke. I'm not gonna spoil for what we did because the recording, we're not quite sure what we're gonna do with it, but we got some cutting room floor stuff. We
Yeah,
got some bonus track stuff going on.
we will share with you. We did like a lot of recording. We didn't know where to fit everything. There's kind of like a miscommunication because we had like all these recordings and didn't know what the hell to do with them. We were gonna put that at the beginning of this one, but I was like, they're too different to go from like one to the other. This is all gonna be super long.
Right.
So, because we're not even a quarter of the way through this list.
No.
So let's
We're what
try and
on
speed it up.
five? Just the fifth one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on 8, and that's not even a quarter of the way through the list. This
No.
is gonna be a long, fun night. I'll tell you that. So, Tasmanian Tiger, what number?
9.
Can I be lame?
You're gonna put a 4?
No, I'm gonna put it 9. It's just not
Oh.
interesting because I agree that. Oh yeah, there's a very good chance it could
Yeah.
more than some of these others because it was a real thing. So I'm more inclined to believe it. Hell, if someone said they saw a dodo bird, which people still say they do, I'll be
Yeah.
like, oh, maybe,
Yeah.
sure,
Yes. For me, it's not sure. It's a yeah. Okay.
I believe you.
Yeah. You're not
Oh,
providing me any reason not to.
that's how I feel. Is like if you
Yeah.
can't tell me why not, then sure.
Yeah.
Uh, this one's about to stoke the fires. Mothman,
Mm.
the man, the moth, the legend himself.
Yeah, a
If
10.
10?
10. We already talked about Mothman in the first episode.
In great detail.
In very great detail. We read police reports as bad as I was. We read the details. He's from Point Pleasant. He likes to take vacations up to Chicago, and occasionally he's known to go overseas, but that was like way before the first sightings in Point Pleasant.
He does get homesick sometimes. And he does go back to Point Pleasant.
Yeah,
Um,
the man, the moth, the legend.
it really comes down to what you think he is. Do you think he's a physical being, or do you think he's a spiritual creature, an omen, a harbinger of doom and death, can he be both?
I think he's both. I think he's a being that flies in to warn people. And I'm gonna make another reference to Absol, I believe his Pokemon entry tells that he's the destruction Pokemon. Where when you see an Absol, it's a foreboding, like something bad is about to happen. The same kind of energy I
Oh.
get with Mothman.
I love when Pokemon take inspiration from lot
Well,
of it's like
there's one on this list I am
yeah,
excited to talk about because it's actually one of my favorite Pokemon.
but it's kind of crazy though because they have so many awesome yokai
Yeah,
and their own mythology is so interesting. So it kind of warms my heart as an American from them to pick it from ours. You
especially
know?
the one on the
Yeah,
list.
we're about to get to him. He's not too far away. So I don't think we should dwell too long.
I'm gonna.
Something happened there. Something happened in Point Pleasant.
They
Uh,
saw something, and I don't believe that it was barn animals. Excuse me, barn
it's
owls.
always a barn owl. Why?
It doesn't matter. It's a barn owl.
No, I
Uh,
don't believe that across the board. Everything is a misidentification.
of an owl. Yes, literal aliens are just owl. No, you saw an owl. I honestly think it's the Men in Black telling people that it's owls,
Oh,
and I will tell you that is an owl. If you say otherwise, you're gonna have more problems than just an owl.
you have a three-letter word shoved down your throat. Make up your mind what that is.
Oh, that's funny. We're trying to figure out like they want us to do the survey for the subreddit to discuss all the topics, and it's like all we really want to talk about is movies, monsters, and music. But if somebody's had a good meme and wants to post it there, I'm not gonna complain. You know,
No.
as long as debate, nothing spurs a debate about topics that we explicitly say that we don't want to talk
If
about.
it's just fun,
Yeah,
if you're, because like I make a lot of kind of out of pocket claims or statements, but it's all in good fun. I like poking fun at stuff,
yeah.
and I don't mean anything by it. I don't mean anything serious. But dude, it's so dark out here. What is that? Oh yeah, we're on Mothman. So I don't think it's any debate whether people saw something in Point Pleasant.
No,
Something happened. The real question is, and I posited this earlier to you. Do you think it's a physical manifestation of an actual like moth man, or is he one of these? He's a spiritual creature who exists in a different plane, and he crosses over sometimes to relay a message. And is that all he is? He's like Gabriel the Archangel, but like a moth.
it's Mothman. It's a man who's a moth.
So it's just straight up.
Yes,
Okay.
that's 10 for me, dog.
Wow. Okay. You said it, so I have to write it. All right, that's a big fat 10. Oh, hold on.
I got a lot of 10s. I never miss, Chandler.
What do you mean you never?
I never miss.
We're talking about the plausibility of cryptids here. I think it's definitely possible to miss. We just won't know about it. Oh yeah, I have to do me. What do I think?
Yeah. What is the plausibility of Mothman?
Don't say it like that. I feel attacked.
Chandler, what is the possibility of the Mothman?
7.
All right.
And now I'm going off what's accepted, like what the image, the popular image of Mothman is. Something happened, and I'm leaning heavily into it being fucking. It's a giant fucking moth. Yes, give it. Look, it's not 5. It's not anything lower than that. Dude, I'm almost on your side. Give me some credit here.
Almost.
I'm almost on your side. I'm leaning heavily into it being a giant moth man, not a moth boy. Moth man.
Mothman. Chicago Mothman. Speaking of Chicago Mothman, before we move on, I plug it almost every other episode, but the Boogie Monster podcasts, Kyle Kinane is actually from Chicago, and he doesn't quite have the full blown Chicago accent, but he can nail it really good. And so he has this running joke where Chicago Mothman will show up on the podcast, and it's just really thick Chicago accent. And he's talking about how he flies around, and he goes and he name drops like local shops and everything. Like if you were from Chicago, you would know that
It's such a
street.
good bit.
Oh my god!
Wait, how
He
did?
also does reggae squatch.
It's
He
so funny.
does. He
It's
has
so
a
funny.
Jamaican accent, and it's Sasquatch.
Can you answer me something though?
Yeah.
Can Mothman shapeshift?
No.
He can. So we can rule out Cal Kinane being Mothman in disguise.
Yeah.
All right, that's gonna drop it down to a 6. No, it's a 7. It's a 7.
Oh, oh, yeah. I think this is a good point for my course correction since we're talking about comedians again. It's Mark Maron, not Mac Maron. When our cold open for the last episode, I was talking about comedians I really like, Kyle Kinane and Mark Maron.
I don't think anyone was gonna correct you on it.
I did get a comment from somebody special to me. Immediately, he was like, "Yeah, I was only like 45 seconds in. You wanna correct that?"
Oh, that's a good bit. I kind of like it when we make flubs like that.
Yeah,
It's funny.
I was
We
just like so
because
in the moment.
because you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But we got a topic. We got to move on. And speaking of moving on, sorry, buddy. We'll talk about comedians some other day. But yeah, shout out to the Boogie Monsters. Uh, who is? Oh, this is an easy one. Easy peasy, lemon and squeezy. Chupacabra.
It's real.
It's literally real.
It's literally real. Yes, as much as we would have loved it being a reptilian,
Blood sucking alien.
no, it's just it's a species of dog that uh kills livestock.
Yeah, it's mange. And even before it came out, this is when I was really little. Because even then, I'm thinking very much about cryptids. I was always thinking about cryptids from a very young age. I love this shit, man. I'm so happy doing this right now. Just talking about the chupacabra fills me with immense joy. So no, is it some reptilian, scaly-looking creature? No,
As
no.
much as you love scalies.
As much as I'm not going to say anything about that statement. That- I
Not
love
publicly.
I love reptilians
Okay.
and Argonians, but not because I'm a scaly. I just I think
I
they're
didn't
neat.
say you were.
Shit,
Not what I said.
I'm ousting myself. That's not why I like
Chupacabra.
cryptids. That's not why I like cryptids, by the way.
Most of them aren't scaly.
No, no, they're not. And least of all of them is the chupacabra. So the chupacabra is when I was little, I used to think of it as something like from Hills Have Eyes, like back the Southwest American nuclear bomb testings that happened. Because I mean, I don't know if you know this. That's where Las Vegas came from. You know why Las Vegas started was that's where they dropped bombs, and so people would go there to watch the bombs drop. But of course, that was so sporadic that they just set up shop. So when people showed up to see the bombs go off, they could just gamble and like it's almost like what the fire festival should have been. That's what it should have been.
What it should have been.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but I thought it was like like dogs affected by radiation. And so
okay.
when it came out that that's not entirely off, it's like a genetic disorder, like a dog with mange, and like they keep breeding and like they spread these genes down to where it's a dog, but it looks very deformed.
I do believe reading that it was a particular species dog
Yeah.
rather than it being like dogs with mange. It's own actual species of dog.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
but now that we have that name, we named the species, and it's not chupacabra. We don't call it that. People will argue that we haven't found the chupacabra, that it's not real because of that fact alone.
Yeah. It's upsetting, especially your boyfriend on the
On the subreddit,
yeah.
they wanted to fact check me and said that the kraken has been disproven because in documentaries they say it's the colossal squid or the chupacabra has definitely not been proven real because it doesn't the one we discovered didn't match reports. Some people embellish things. Some people might see a reptilian creature sucking blood when really it's a dog with mange. It happens.
Like there's a difference between werewolves and dogmen.
Thank you. I was just about to get into that point. Exactly. Thank you. You're always good with picking up when they're putting down, even though you didn't know you were picking anything up.
No. I always wing it, man.
It
I
always
roll
ends
the
up working.
dice. That's how I live my life.
Mm.
Good
Can,
podcast.
can I, this is a good podcast. Yeah, get a light on my cigarillo. Thank you. Is this the Bucky's lighter? Oh,
No.
the Bucky's lighter just hits. It's got a certain taste to it. Yeah, shout out to what is this? White Owl.
I guess. I don't really think they need a shout out. I think with the actual cigars, maybe we did do a. Okay, hold on.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Okay,
Wait, keep going. Keep rolling. I got it lit. We lit, fam.
okay.
So, Chupacabra. This is an easy one. We can move on.
It's a 10 because it's real.
It's literally real.
It was yes. What more do we have to say about the chupacabra?
If you want to argue with us, feel free to, but you're fucking stupid.
Yes.
Imagine being wrong.
Cryptozoology subreddit be damned.
Imagine being on the cryptozoology subreddit and telling me I'm wrong. I'm a fucking cryptid. I run a podcast about cryptids.
It's
Partly,
partly. Yeah.
partly, yeah. But it's like you're really gonna come into my house?
You're gonna. That is such a good joke.
All right. Who do we? Oh. Okay. This one is gonna be interesting. Megalodon.
I'm gonna say 9.
Elaborate, please,
Y-
so I can tell you why you're wrong.
Okay. So, I think that it's just like with the old ass fish. The ocean is so deep and so un uncharted. A lot of it. If it was able to hide the colossal squid, I'm pretty sure it could hide a pretty big ass shark
You saw the Meg, and you're
and its
like,
hollowed earth. God, that was such a good. Like, it didn't ruin the movie. It just made it better because it's like we're already having fun.
oh, it sold me. Like it completely sold me. Like there's people who can't watch these movies because they're like, that's not realistic. That couldn't happen. It's a fucking movie. You're
We're here
right.
to have fun.
It's fiction. Yeah, you're right.
Congratulations, you're
That's
correct.
that's why you go to a movie. You
Yeah,
dumbass, you can escape reality. But we're talking about reality right now. So, is that your closing argument? That because of the vastness of the ocean, it's more believable.
yeah. When you get the colossal squid, you got all kinds of like that big. What is it called? It's like this big crustacean that they found down there. That's like as big as a building.
Oh yeah.
And they only so found it because it just so happened to walk across a camera.
Otherwise, they would never have seen that thing.
Yeah,
No, I agree. Um,
I
anything
would
in
have
the
been
ocean is,
terrified. I would have been.
dude.
I don't even like. It's not even like a big fish, but the fact that like it's like what is it? It's like the walkers from uh War of the Worlds when the
Oh yeah,
Martians invaded, like the big walkers. Just the idea of something like yeah, it's not quote unquote threatening, but the idea of something so huge and its legs are so long, or even better, the spider bamboo creatures from Skull Island.
yeah, but that's a movie. You can't use a creature from fucking King Kong Skull Island. Is
I mean, they come up when they find new species, they'll give it names referencing fictional things.
oh yeah, all the
Like
time.
there's a now this is really testing my knowledge. I believe it's something in microbiology where they found this new bacteria and
Yeah,
they just straight up called it Pikachu.
yeah, yeah. They did the same thing for Gollum and a lot of other references. Um, yeah, like yeah. The thing about Skull Island is the zoology, and that's really fun because you had the log creature. It was like a giant like bug, like a caterpillar, not caterpillar, but it's like a bug insectoid like creature that camouflages itself as a fallen tree.
Like a big ass sick bug.
It's essentially a stick bug, but like it makes sense. Like that's believable
Or
because
the lizards that camouflage themselves as leaves.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's just blown up to a
They're big boy.
yeah, to gigantic proportions. And so the spider bamboo legs is like from an evolutionary standpoint, that makes sense. Why doesn't that exist?
I'm glad it doesn't exist. Imagine just
Oh,
they're
oh,
looking for panda bears in China, and then the bamboo stalks start moving.
this will not be the last time we talk about giant spiders.
No,
This will not be. But as far as megalodon, the fact do you ever have like those like third party out of body experiences where you're seeing yourself from, like someone else's perspective? Is like as I'm talking, I'm like, with smoking a cigarillo, who the fuck do I think I am?
with a cowboy hat and a denim vest with knives I've never seen you use other than to clean something.
So megalodons, right?
Right.
Yes, something being in the ocean inherently gives it more plausibility and more credibility because literally anything can be in there. And I use my analogy again with the megamouth. I don't know why I used it on Bigfoot. You know what? It's probably more it's probably more timely, more so than ever.
Cthulhu could be down there for all we
We
know.
are going to talk about Cthulhu. Is he on the list? No, but he is relevant for one of the entries.
Okay.
Uh, so the the fact that it's in the ocean does bump it up a bit, but you also got to consider it's so big that it needs like its food source has to be very big as well. So that'd be whales and such, and
or colossal squids.
or colossal squids. But
Because I'm sorry to cut you off, but maybe because of how sparse the colossal squid, like we've actually had interactions with, like they barely when they come up to the surface, we've never like seen one quote unquote in the wild. We've seen them float up to the top in Antarctica or the polar sea in the north, or they wash up dead on the beach. But maybe why we can't find a lot of them is because they're its food source.
all right,
Just imagine a big fight between a colossal squid and a megalodon. I'm sure
can we have
sci-fi
sperm whale?
has,
Can we have sperm whales in that too? Like a three-way fight?
yeah. Uh,
Well, would the megalodon and the sperm whale team up against the colossal squid, or would the colossal squid team up the sperm whale against the megalodon?
these are hypotheticals. We don't have time to get into.
Do you think the black demon off the coast of Mexico is a megalodon? Do you believe in the black demon? Are you a believer in the black demon? It's like
I need to do more research before I give my opinion.
they see like a 30 to 60 foot. That's a big difference, by the way. They
30 to 60 is significantly
pretty
a,
big.
a difference.
Yeah, but so like the black demon is supposed to be like 30 to 60 feet in length, and it's all black. To me, that's a terrifying thought. An all black great white shark, like like imagine like at dusk as the sun is setting, and you're wading through the water above your head, and you just see an all black shadow pass by you. It's just, that's so eerie to me. That's
Your phobia of the ocean comes from Jaws. Because you're not scared of a great white shark. You're
no.
scared of the lost Bruce in
Yeah,
the ocean. Just
the animatronic that's just floating around. I am more scared of that all rusted and decayed washing up on shore. Oh, 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 oh. Terrifying. I'm more scared of that than I am a megalodon. You're gonna rank it a what?
a 9.
9? Okay, I'm gonna say a 8.
Not too different. Not too different.
Here we go. All right, Flatwoods Monster.
10. You know what? 12. I'm gonna rank it at at 12 out of 10. It is real. It happened. It was a real alien that came down in West Virginia. It scared a couple of kids and maybe an officer. Man
Maybe
didn't mean no harm. Man just landed. It just needed to take a break. You don't know how far he's gone. You know he needed to have a pit stop.
he was on the run from the Galactic Federation.
That would be a really good movie.
Oh, I like that. We're gonna make that movie. Fuck it, we'll make it.
We'll copyright it before the episode comes out.
We're gonna have to. This is too good of an idea. All the people, all the executive producers listening to this right now,
Oh yeah,
they're gonna want to get on this.
I'm sure they listen.
Yeah, MGM Studios, Paramount Pictures, fucking Disney's gonna get a hold of
Yeah,
this.
the 14 people that
Well, it was bound to be an executive producer in Hollywood.
I'm sure.
I don't know why we still say Hollywood. No one gives a fuck about Hollywood. It's all about Georgia. It's all about Georgia. This is the new Hollywood. No one gives a crap. My cigarillo's out again. It's fine. We're moving on. But not from Flatwoods. We are going to stay in Flatwoods. You had an interesting idea about the Flatwoods, like his biology, his physiology. Do you want to get into that real quick?
Yeah, I had this thought the other day because I was doing some light research for this episode, right? And I was watching some cryptid iceberg videos that I've already seen like 3 or 4
Me too.
times.
That's all the same ones.
Yeah, and they talk about the flatwoods again, and I'm like, you know what? What if I think you mentioned that I made a point about the noxious gas being something that they breathe. That's why it came out of the ship. Like, because obviously when we put shuttles, or even in the space station, there's oxygen flowing through, because we wouldn't be able to breathe in there. I think his ship had oxygen, or not oxygen, but it's noxious fumes, or however they described it.
It's noxious fumes, yeah.
See how much I've read the same article over and over again.
This is
I
your
love
boy.
this guy. I
This is
love
your
this
guy.
guy so much. Um, I think he's kind of like you're gonna have to tell me the name, because I'm not a Hellboy guy. The German gas guy,
Is it Klaus?
whoever that guy is. If Willa was here, she would be able to be like, "What are you stupid? His name is this."
What kind of stupid are you?
But I think like because the way that they described his arms were not like organic, so I really think the body and the arms are like a robot body that the actual entity like controls, whether it's their own biology, how it works.
Like those deep sea diving suits with the robotic arms and stuff.
Yeah. I think why it has the light bulb Ace of Spades style helmet is because the light inside of it is the creature. It's a gaseous form that controls the mechanism that is the Flatwoods quote unquote monster. I
So
really
it's the
think
fart cloud from Rick and Morty.
sure,
Yeah, it's the fart
sure.
cloud,
Or Kimchi from Chowder.
which is just the flying Nimbus cloud
Yeah.
from Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
You tell me a cloud can't be sentient? Or God from Futurama, who's literally just like a collection of stardust that
Yeah.
just gains sentience.
Bender's straight up. I was God once.
Remember that time?
Everybody's been God once.
At least, right? We can rule them like gods.
Angry
Angry
God.
gods.
We'll do it. I think, yeah, I think in terms of actual, like, cartoon shows, I think Adventure Time is, like, the perfect show.
Dude, I could do a deep lore dive of that. Because
You
dude,
love it more than anybody I ever know.
dude,
Like,
I'm like obsessed with Adventure Time. I can talk about, it'll probably be the longest episode of the show. I can talk about it for like 7 or 9 hours.
it would have to be, like, a three-parter.
Bro, I can go really deep. Every time I watch an Adventure Time iceberg, it's never long enough. I'm like, really? That's it? That's literally it? How about the fact that when Finn is Davy, this alternate persona, his mustache talks to him, which means that the Davy persona was real the entire time. That's not on any icebergs.
Yeah,
Like there's just like little things like I just pulled that on my ass. Like there's so many little details like you could put that on an iceberg. I could talk about for 9 hours.
you should make an iceberg.
I could, you know what?
Yeah, post it on the subreddit.
Okay,
Not only ours, but the iceberg subreddit.
okay, yeah,
Yeah,
it's perfect. And Adventure Time. I'm gonna spread this all over the place. People be making videos about it. Fuck, I'll make a video on it on my own iceberg
I've seen it happen. People
business.
do that.
Yeah,
Business is booming.
because they see how like other people do their icebergs and like that's it, and they get so upset about everyone else doing it. They're like, I'll
Except
do it myself. It's like Thanos with the gauntlet. I'll do it myself.
it's like I've never heard anybody like iceberg people actually complain about how Wendigoon does icebergs or when he did do icebergs. I really want to watch his newest one about I believe I haven't loaded the video so I don't know the full name of it, but just from the title that I could read and the thumbnail, I think it's about Robert Johnson,
Ooh.
and I'm very excited because I actually really not
Oh,
even
you're
like the
right.
not
That was
even like
Wendigoon
yeah, it's a new how a blues musician sold his soul
to the
to the devil.
devil.
Not even from that aspect, just musically, Robert Johnson's really good.
People always talk about the Crossroads story and him making the deal, and you can see in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou." You know that
That's a really good movie too.
he
Holy shit!
he's yeah. I think I made a quote from it the other day, and you're like, that's of all the quotes you could have quoted from that film, that's probably not the one. Um, Flatwoods was not in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou."
Was in Fallout 76 though.
We didn't get back into that. I ran
Yeah,
around butt ass naked in skivvies and a gas mask. What were you dressed as? I don't remember what you looked like.
I barely had any gear because I'm not good with multiplayer online games that are exclusively like that.
Dude, we leeched off a guy who'd been playing the game. You could tell the guy had been playing it since launch. He lived in a mansion. He had a fucking piano and all the instruments in there.
Dude, I love how like he would follow us on our misadventures. In the moment that we actually got caught up in real business, he's just like, I guess I'll have to finish this for you guys.
He saved
They
this so many times.
massacred I believe, like, I could be wrong, but like the ant colony in the emptied lake with the
Dude,
super
battle.
mutants.
Dude, the
Yeah,
battle of the super mutants in that lake, dude. Bro, that was crazy. He had turrets all around this property of his mansion,
yeah.
just wiping out super mutants left and right. I've never felt so safe in a video game. But you can tell it's one of those things like it's one like it's like a god who like looks down at the mortal realm with pity and just fine, I guess I'll help you.
And the coolest thing about that guy is that he was fine with doing like the misadventures that we're not even doing story stuff like to progress with side missions and everything. We were coming up with our own quests and everything.
The the first thing we did in that game was go do the cult of Mothman. But we were very ill prepared to take on the cult of Mothman. So we're like, okay, let's go do something else. You
I
wanted to jump the gun and go straight to cryptids because it's West Virginia.
I didn't see any. We didn't see any. But we walked through Flatwoods, but we didn't see anything. I don't know.
There's like nothing in Flatwoods, just like the real one. Like the one in the game and the one in real life look pretty much identical. Bomb or no bomb, it's crazy. But as far as whether I think the Flatwoods monster exists, it's an alien, dude. It's an alien. How can I tell you he doesn't? This is when I was saying earlier about how the flexible nature of the universe allows anything to exist, not just on Earth, but on other planets, where the atmospheres are different, the climate's different, the entire environment is different, and they can produce literally anything. And I love your concept of the gas because I think if aliens are advanced, I don't think they'd be advanced technologically. I think they'd be biologically advanced. Point?
You just can't deny aliens. It's
No.
it's it's the universe is too big for us to be the anomaly. Whether they're actually like reptilians or
Or
greys.
the avians or
Yeah,
blonde haired people that live in Hollow Earth.
it's kind of like an argument that can't win either side
Yeah.
because you can't prove that aliens exist, quote unquote, and you can't disprove that aliens don't exist.
This is the one where I think most people agree that the government's hiding something.
They literally released footage of UFOs, and people are still like, "Nah,
The government acts stupid.
yeah,
They act like they don't know what it is, and I think that's scarier than them covering it up. Is if all the nations of this earth, not a single one of them knows what they are. They're just as lost and confused as we are. That's a scary thought in itself.
yes."
Um, yeah, and even scarier, more existential than that is if we are completely and utterly alone in pretty much an infinite universe. It's expanding right now as we speak.
Yeah,
It's so inconceivably large that I think it's a scientific fact. It is a statistical probability that there is life. It could be microbial. It could be.
I mean there is bacteria on Mars. There's life on Mars, literally.
I mean, we know, first off, we know that there was water on Mars.
Yeah,
And wherever there's water, there is life. Now, whether they wiped themselves out because they got advanced too and blew up their own planet with their own kind of nukes, and then they fled to Earth and called themselves gods and then built the pyramids, it's possible.
okay, okay, we're getting on fringe. What is it called? Fringe theory.
Fringe theory.
Fringe theory. Yeah,
I think about it.
it's you're not like
That's where humans came from.
he's not out of line.
What if we colonized Mars? Like that was our home planet. We destroyed ourselves, and then like the cyclical nature of history and violence just keeps repeating, and so we fled to Earth where there was already like a colony of humans there because they like what if Earth is the penal colony, like the same way Australia was a penal colony for the British? What if Earth was the penal colony for Mars and they sent everyone there, and then once Mars destroyed itself, the government from there fled to Earth and because they're so much technologically superior than the generations that had grown up on Earth, just like, yeah, we're gods. Yeah, uh-huh. And then use their technology to build all this shit.
Yeah, 'cause people didn't build the pyramids. I don't care who you are. I don't.
It's impossible.
I don't agree with the idea that humans built the pyramids. I think they had an effort into it, like they were a part of it, but I don't think they could have done it by themselves.
Anti-gravitational technology, anybody? Okay, I'm actually like, I'm not gonna go there. I think it's selling humanity short to say we can't build that. What else is there to do?
Sell humanity short. I subscribe to that
No, I
idea.
mean like 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Actually, at this point, like 6,000 years ago, because by the time of Cleopatra, the pyramids were like 3,000 years old. So, like, we're talking like 6,000 years ago from now. What were people doing other than farming and farming, fighting, and the other F? What else are you doing? You're probably building. You're building shit. That's all there is to do. And considering it was on the back of slave labor, generations of slave labor, I think it's entirely possible. You're just thinking too short. Don't sell humanity out. Give us some credit, bub.
You know what? If some alien chick starts showing up, you know, if it was an option to sell out humanity, it probably would. That would be probably the choice I
Well,
would make for
well,
some alien chicks.
hold on. Is the alien chick humanoid, or is it some like Lovecraftian Azathoth type being, or like Shug Niggurath? That's just like the black goat of the forest, where there's a million tendrils and.
Look,
What do you mean? Look, I can't look. I'll be driven insane.
if if the alien shows up and it's hot, that's all I'm gonna say. If it's a hot alien,
What does
there's a
that
pretty
mean?
good chance. That's interpretation. That's
Yeah,
what that is called.
I'm not in your twisted mind. I don't see what you see.
Aliens, man. That's why they wouldn't let me join Space Force. It wasn't the fact that I didn't have degrees. They knew my own. I had my own agenda.
You would compromise the United States. That guy who leaked the Pentagon stuff, he did that for some alien poontang.
Who wouldn't?
It's interesting though, as we're talking about what our ideal like hot alien would look like. I went straight to like Shug Niggurath from H.P. Lovecraft. Weird.
Yeah, I definitely. I would love to have an episode on the. Well, not name the cat guy.
Everyone makes that joke.
I know it's not an original one, but it's a good one.
It is good. Uh, I look. You can call him racist all you want, but it helped with his xenophobic work, which plays a major part in Lovecraft. But like, he was scared of other people, so he, in his mind, he like deified this concept and blew it up to cosmic proportions. You can call him out on his racism, but if he wasn't racist, I don't think we'd be having Cthulhu right now. So make it as you will. Oh yeah, I didn't. I don't think I.
What is it called? Lovecraft Country.
I haven't watched it.
I'm very interested in it.
Yeah, I don't know. We could watch it sometime.
We
It's
could do a
weird.
series review.
It's weird. I'm willing to sell this series short and not watch it. And yeah, I've never seen the Flowers Monster, and I'm about to rank him really high. Now it was a bunch of kids, uh, so it's kind of hard to say. I'm gonna
I'm not gonna
say
make my same points again. The viewers can go watch episode 1.
I'm gonna say 6.
So you're 6, and I'm choosing 12. Okay.
Jackalopes.
Um, yes, the original concept was found out to be a hoax,
Yeah, it's just taxidermy,
but I
like the Fiji.
do like the idea you had about jackalopes, which is kind of reflecting the answer I'll give. So why don't you tell the audience what you told me about jackalopes?
Well, certain hairs will grow some kind of tumorous burl. Burl's not the word. That's a tree term. but they'll grow some like bone fragment that comes out like a horn. People have this too. And other animals have these tumorous growths that come out of their body. And my speculation is, I'm not saying that's what jackalopes are, right? But if you want to make an argument for their existence, there are wild rabbits that grow these bony tumors out of their head that can resemble horns, or if you really want to stretch it, antlers. Like antler tines. If you really want to go that route and you want to make that argument, yeah, then jackalopes are real. If that's the concept you want to go with, is is it a rabbit that has the antlers of a deer? Maybe not. Though jackalopes are honestly one of my favorites. I love the design, but I can't give it points because that's not what we're not ranking them on how cool they are.
No, because I think ours would be a little different.
Yeah, I love these all so much. Jackalope being one of my favorites, it's gonna hurt, but if I go off what I just said, then it's a 10. If that's how you want to look at it,
I wasn't gonna say it was a 10.
what are you gonna go with?
I was gonna go with 6.
Explain.
Because it was proven to be a hoax, but the fact that it's still a possibility, give it a 6.
I
It really ducks it points for the original concept was turned out to be a hoax, like straight up.
like the hodag.
Yeah, the hodag was fun to talk about though.
So you're saying 6? I think the pen's starting to run out of ink. Hold on. I'm gonna say, like, upon rumination, I'm gonna say an 8. Like when I really think about it, I think nature allows it to exist. It's something that can, maybe not quite in the form that the taxidermy will say it is, but I'll give it some credit and say it's possible. Um, a very contentious one that I don't think will get any complaints out of you, but maybe from our audience. Dragons, those fire-breathing fucks.
7.
Explain.
I already did. When we were talking about, what was it, Mongolian death word? Or no, when we were talking about the Congo dinosaur. I think most dragons are dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs are
What's
dragons.
the best way to put it? That was beautifully said. Now, don't laugh at me, but I was on the short bus once, and this is for the gift center. So this is like the school for bad kids I'd mentioned.
The orange bus.
Yeah, that bus. So it's not short because I was stupid. It was short because I was bad, and there couldn't be too many people on the bus because then we'd start fighting. So it's for safety reasons.
Sure.
That's it helps me sleep at night. It helps me sleep at night. So I would be like the only kid on this bus, and of course, I love sitting. Same thing with ghost tours. I always like being at the front because I like to engage the person who's in charge. I'm like Dwight from The Office. I just gotta be like the second guy. So I'm sitting behind the bus driver, and I'm just going off. And I really like this chick. She was really nice. Um, but I started telling her about this concept I had that dragons are dinosaurs. And what I meant by that is, I think people, like primitive people, or hell, even a few hundred years ago, they dug up bones, and and this is true. We know that people found dinosaur fossils and misidentified them as dragons up until like the 17 and 1800s. That's something that happened, and I think that could be true for thousands of years ago because on every continent there are stories of dragons, every single one,
Mhm.
just like there's dinosaur fossils on every single continent. And what are dragons but avian reptiles? They're avian reptiles. What's a dinosaur? An avian like reptile.
See, my question only, like, it's not to degrade your comment, it's more so just a question that I've always had is, like, what makes dragons fly? Because the reason why birds can fly is because their bones are hollow. Are dragon bones hollow, and that's why we could never find them?
Sure,
Sure, kid.
sure, kid. Why not? I can't tell you no. because we can't find them. But my thing is, I'm saying, what if they are the same? And it, and this is something people forget. Not all dragons fly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of historical, I say historical, and it is, but like medieval texts, medieval stories talking about dragons. Not all of them fly. Some of them are ground based. And if you look at descriptions of them, some of them just they look like fucking dinosaurs. I'm just straight up. They look like dinosaurs the way they're described. Even Behemoth of the Bible is a fucking sauropod. It's a sauropod, dude. And I've heard some people say the Leviathan is just straight up like a mosasaur. Who are you to deny them?
Yeah, yeah.
Let them have it.
Who's who's the third one?
Oh, the one that's only in Jewish. His name's like it's really weird. Like Yi, it's a Y.
E.
Yi, which is also
Speaking of
dinosaurs.
dinosaur,
Yeah,
but yeah, it's that Trinity is the box legendaries for the third generation
that's
Owen
so cool.
games.
That's so cool.
Yeah, the Behemoth, the Leviathan, and Yi.
Whatever his name is, it's something like that. I have the computer. I can look it up. But um, at some point, I do kind of want to have like a biblical dissection of like those guys.
Monsters,
Like
monsters of the Bible.
because there's a lot, and they're really cool. Like if you want to talk about like Baal or Baal, however you want to pronounce it,
Ball was cool.
like there's a lot of like I'm not like I'm not gonna tell like theology. We're just gonna talk about monsters and shit
Yeah,
because there's a lot of cool ones, and those three, particularly Behemoth and Leviathan, because you could say the giant bird that completes that trinity is the Thunderbird
yeah.
if you want to,
If you want to,
if you wanna,
yeah,
if
or
you,
just a dragon, just a straight up dragon.
yeah.
Because
Leviathan's described as a dragon.
lot of dinosaurs had feathers.
Hmm.
So I don't think it would be stretch the imagination that the Yi is a dragon.
Or yet, fuck, I can't remember. I can't remember, but yeah. So you got that guy. You got Behemoth Leviathan. And Leviathan's described as a dragon. It's just straight up. It's called a dragon. It's a water dragon. And personally, and I'm not even using the Bible as a reference here because
It's
I
not the most reliable
mm,
source.
especially if you want to consider the fact that the Bible's been changed a lot, even like to the King James version, which is the most accepted. But like, what about the Book of Judas or the Book of Enoch, which talks about giants, which are also on this list? Because the Catholic Church didn't like the fact that giants were the it's literally the crossbreeding between angels and mankind, and they didn't like that angels had lust and came down and laid with man, and so they scrapped the Book of Enoch because it made people look bad. It made angels look bad, essentially.
I like the Book of Peter.
Yeah,
That one's mine. That one's mine.
you claim it.
Yeah. With the Catholics one, I
The hell are we talking? Oh, dragons.
will.
The hell are we talking about? We're not talking about the Catholic Church. So dragons. I think they're real because I think someone made fun of me. Uh, oh, the story I was actually going with here, talking about the bus driver. The reason I bring that story up is because she had like a terrible memory. Of course, being a bus driver, she drives around a lot of people, a lot of kids, and it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other. She's talking to you, but she talks to a lot of kids. So you don't quite remember. The next day, I get on the bus, and she starts talking to me. She's like, "You won't believe this. I met this crazy kid who talked to me the other day about dragons being dinosaurs." And she talked about it for a few minutes. She's like, "It was the craziest shit I've ever heard. This kid's crazy." Um, she said he was autistic, and that I'm like, "Oh my god, dude!
I, you're just. I didn't say that.
Oh my god!" Well, she thought I meant like the dragons were real. Then she forgot I said it, and then started talking to me as if I wasn't the guy who said it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, I think dragons and dinosaurs are literally the same thing. Do I think they breathe fire? I can't tell you that.
Do they breathe dragon?
Do they breathe fire? I like to think so.
Yeah. What's stopping some of them from
Well,
doing it?
well, think about it. Dragons were this accepted thing for so long, and then you get to the 1800s. You got, you're past the age of enlightenment. People are thinking more reasonably and scientifically, and you find the bones of an avian reptilian creature. And instead of saying it's a dragon, you know what they do? They fabricate this whole story, man, about fucking dinosaurs. Oh yeah, 60 million years ago, a meteor wiped them out.
I mean,
Bullshit.
there's evidence of the meteor's impact, though.
You don't know. You don't know what that is.
Get your creation ass out of my face.
What if that crater in Mexico was where the Tower of Babel stood? And so when Pangea was connected as one continent at the very beginning of time, it says that God confounded the tongues of men and spread men across the world. What if that means to say that Pangea was split when the Tower of Babel fell? When it fell and the Tower of Babel fell, it created the crater and it split the continents. And then man was separated. What do you think of that?
Fringe theory.
I think I'm onto something. I'm gonna give.
I'm gonna let you have it.
So you're giving dragons what now?
I'll give it an 8 now, I guess. Just so you leave me alone. About your dragons.
I love dragons. They're so cool. That's not why I'm rating them high. I think
No,
there's
you're ranking them high because Shrek's dragon.
those eyelashes though.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just pointing it out.
Hopkinsville goblins.
Oh boy, I love
Just-
Sableye so much. If for our audience who doesn't know, there is a Pokemon in third generation that is based off of the Hopkinsville Goblin, and he's just he looks like a straight up goblin, like alien goblin. Um, but it's funny that we were talking earlier. We were alluding to this one that out of all the yokais, they're like, because this is like third generation. So they had the first and second generation. This is still early in Pokemon's career, and they're like, "Oh, what happened in Kentucky? Did you read about that?" And the other guy's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, look at this sketch, look at this little guy I made." And it's just like, okay, I guess we'll put it in the game.
It's such a
Just
weird one
one,
though.
I really hope that was the story. Like, it wasn't like this group thought that it's like, yeah, let's try to get some American folklore or monsters into this. Instead, there's just one guy who's just like, I like this sketch, and this is what I drew. Can we put it in the game? And they're just like, sure,
Why not?
yeah, why not?
Can you explain to me why the U.S. Air Force and Project Blue Book investigated this in 1955 and declared it as a hoax? Are they covering it up?
Yes,
Because the goblins are aliens. Like
yes,
there's no
just
doubt
straight
about
up.
it. They're not real goblins, folks. I hate to break it to you. They're extraterrestrial beings from outer space.
Yeah, yeah, straight up.
Get
Like they're aliens. Like there's no doubt about it. It's not a
out of my face,
yeah. It's not a barn animal or barn owl.
bro. It's in 1955. This is like the height of the UFO craze. Maybe it's some mass hysteria
That's the perfect time for aliens to show up. When
because no one would believe them.
yeah, everybody's expecting you to see aliens.
But are they expecting to see goblins? Goblin-like creatures in the Christian County, Kentucky? No, that's not what you're expecting. They threw them off, and that's why when the government investigated,
They covered it up.
they covered it up. Because like, dude, if there was goblins running around, I wouldn't want to know.
I would. I would totally want to know.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I disagree. Like, man, I disagree with like half the shit I say.
But we just need some conflict because we're always agreeing.
Yeah, it's
You're like,
crazy.
you believe in Bigfoot? Yeah. Okay. Do you believe in the chupacabra? Yeah. Okay.
But it's like we kind of believe some of this stuff for different reasons,
Yeah.
and that's kind of where the interest
You're
comes from.
grounded in science and actual like statistic of like biology and stuff, the probability of something happening. I'm like, nah, it's magic. Even though I'm the science fiction guy. And like in my interests,
And I'm the fantasy guy.
yeah, I like sci-fi, I like science, I like all that kind of futuristic, especially ray punk, where it's like they just try to figure out how it would work, and then they just play it off as like that's how that works.
Sure.
But I generally have like a general belief in magic, in spirituality for the avant-garde faiths like voodoo and mysticism.
Well described, avant-garde face.
Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah, avant-garde faith, not the typical god or even gods. You
Is it
know,
just too
just
lame? Oh, but Christianity and Islam and all the Abrahamic faiths are just derivative of Zoroastrianism from Persia. You could say that.
you said it, not me.
And Zoroastrianism is one that created monotheism. And it's really all derived from that. Yeah, sure.
But no, it's so weird because it's typically I'm not the magic guy, but in my personal own beliefs, quote unquote faith.
You will throw everything to the wayside for your belief in magic. All your rationality, all your critical thinking out the window. Gone.
Let's see some magic, man. The
Is
magic man,
from Adventure Time or from Heart?
both.
Okay, fair enough. Uh,
Hopkinsville Goblin, that's a 10.
what did I rank Flatwoods? I ranked it a 6. Okay. What was yours? A 10?
Yeah,
100%.
yeah,
That's what they saw.
it's aliens,
So anything extraterrestrial, you're going to believe.
most likely.
Anything in the ocean, you're going to believe.
Most
The
likely.
only ones you're going to have maybe a bit of a problem with the stuff on land.
Yes.
Okay. I really respect that. Because I'm of the same mind as you, but I'm going to try and be more reasonable. But I think we live in a very unreasonable world at the same time. What do I think? I gotta be real? I don't think I've ever thought about the Hopkinsville goblins and what I thought about them.
And the probability of them being real.
Yeah, I just think they're cool, but that's not what we're doing. So
I like Sableye. That's all I can tell you. That's why it's a 10.
it's at a 5 for me.
Oh,
I'm in the middle.
you're in the middle?
I'm in the middle. I'm at 5. If they were proven real, I'd be like, okay. And if they were proven false, if that's even possible, I'd be like, okay. I I think they can exist. I just don't think in this instance, in this case, doing the research I've done on Kelly Hopkinsville in Christian County, Kentucky, 1955, what I've read about it, from what I know of it, I don't think in that instance it's likely that that's what happened.
Sure, kid.
Why not? Moving on.
Agree to disagree.
Speaking of Islam and Arabia, we got ourselves the jinns,
Mmm.
some
And the
Middle Eastern
mist.
representation.
I still think it's some level of mysticism with it, because it's
It
like
is.
even with Christianity, they'll have mysticism with it, like
Mhm.
belief in different concepts that aren't like grounded in their faith. It's just entities, just exist.
Like with Baal.
Yeah,
With Baal, like that's so cool to me. That's one of my favorite things. Is another reason why I like Leviathan and Behemoth and then you add that other stuff because it's like this has nothing to do with like the story that's being told. They just exist.
yes. I think that's the most terrifying part of religion is that it's like, yeah, there's this one big picture storytelling, whether it's Muhammad or it's following, or whether it's following Jesus or whether it's following Moses. There's just entities that just exist, and that we're trying to just keep focused with the human aspect of it. Whether you're trying to read it as actual scripture or just a story, you're trying to keep it together. But then there's entities that just
There's just
exist
like
that you can't have.
crazy shit happening
Yeah,
all around the
yeah.
main narrative. Islam definitely has some of that. The jinn itself isn't part of like the Islamic faith, but as far as like the culture,
Right.
they have stories of the jinn.
Just like golems in Judaism. It's
Hmm.
not quite. It's not.
It's not in the religion, but and yet they almost universally you see it through their writings.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like Like for instance, I mean, dragons show up in Christianity, even though it has nothing to do with the faith. Like it's not part of what's going on, but they're just like casually described.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the fuck?
Like honestly, like
What do you mean? Because like even the Bible talks about unicorns, and I will get the unicorns because I mean it's a 10, and we'll get the why. But as far as jinns, they're not.
it's a 10.
It's not quite as clear cut and dry as some of these other. Because yeah, it's mystical. This is a fucking genie, dude. This thing's granting you wishes, not good wishes.
Yeah.
If you've seen
Wishmaster.
Wishmaster, if you've seen Wishmaster, then you know what a djinn is.
It's also not the same genie each time. FYI, you don't go into it thinking it's the same guy every time.
No, it's a good series. I've seen up to 4. Is there more than 4?
I've seen 1 and 2, I believe.
It's a fun one. He's
Yeah.
not quite the quipster as some of the others, and he's not like he doesn't have the personality to back it up. But you can see what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna get a Jin movie, Wishmaster's the one, just like Leprechaun's like the one Leprechaun movie.
Right.
Um, now Jins, what do you think? What do you?
10.
But you gotta explain.
It's the mysticism, man. It's the same way I believe in golems. If it's in the script, quote unquote, not quite scripture, but they write about it so often that these are entities that exist. What's stopping me from saying that? Yeah, they probably do exist, and I believe that they do exist because if somebody's seen it, somebody's written it so many different times. I don't see the problem in thinking that. Yeah, sure, same philosophy with Wendigos and skinwalkers with our American literature, if you want to describe it that way.
Okay. Now you're aware of the fearsome critters, right?
Yeah.
We talked about that episode 1 because that's where I learned about them too. So the fearsome critters idea is that you got a bunch of lumberjacks and a bunch of people up there, where a bunch of logging's going on, like in Montana and like up there on the border of Canada, and they just like would create stories for fun. And some people would be hazed, like the new guy would be hazed with these stories and would be tricked into believing them. That there's the fucking Snuffleupagus out there in the backwoods of
I'd be
Montana.
scared if I saw a Snuffleupagus
Bro.
out there.
Well,
Yeah.
especially in the 1800s, I don't know what Sesame Street is. Yeah. If I saw any of the Muppets out there in the woods at night,
If it's,
that's a good scary movie right there. We just have so many good ideas.
which is great, man.
We have so many good ideas.
Why are people paying us to make movies? Like honestly,
What the fuck am I talking about Muppets for? What? Oh,
it's a good movie.
so
Sweetums is my favorite.
fearsome critters. I bring up that because there was this whole thing that happened where people are just telling stories, and then people believe them. But the whole concept is that they're just passing time, telling either cautionary tales or simply just trying to joke around with the next guy. And it passes down, and eventually it becomes a staple of that culture and that time and that place. Some places, that's their local legend, and that's their claim to fame. And it all started because some guy was sitting around the campfire trying to goof off. I'm not saying that's what the gin is, but I think it's important to know with a lot of these, no one else has them. Why are they only in this one place? And especially if it's a spiritual thing, is it stuck in this one place on Earth? Why don't we see more of these in other places, different variations of them? Because you don't really. Some
Only in Arabic literature do you see variations of
Yeah,
jinns.
it's always in that culture.
Yeah,
That's why like some other stuff like the Bigfoot thing, like with
everywhere.
the Yowies and Yarans, they're just all over the place. And so there's more credibility because of like every culture, even with no contact to each other.
Dragons.
Yeah, on every continent. And the variations are slight. Like Eastern dragons are very different from European dragons, but they're still similar enough to be like, what's going on here? There's this trading back and forth. But even across the sea, you still have a lot of different variations of these. With the Jinn, it's landlocked to this one place, and that's why I'm like, that's weird to me. But that doesn't disprove it, right? It's really hard to disprove these things. I'm gonna say it is a 4. and I'm the spiritual guy here, right? That's why it's on a 0. I'm like, oh yeah, it could definitely exist. These otherworldly, interdimensional type creatures can definitely exist. But him being stuck in Arabia is like, why? Why only there? That's interesting. Speaking of whimsical and mystical, Leprechaun. Must we go into why? Are
Yeah,
you telling me some Irish little person that drinks a lot couldn't exist?
it's magic, man.
Does it have to be magic
It has to be.
for it to be a leprechaun? So a little person who's Irish and drinks a lot and likes gold can't. Is that not a leprechaun? Like
That's
conceptually.
yeah.
Well, I've seen plenty of them then.
Sure. I like the mysticism behind it. I like the magic. Jeez. I think there's more to it than just a drunk Irish short person.
It's gonna be funny when we get to the next one because that's gonna be funny. Oh, let's talk of magic and mysticism.
I'm gonna say an 8.
8. What do I say? I mean, if I go off what
You've
my
seen them. Go
interpretation,
go. You want to say that you've seen leprechauns?
I
Make
have
it a 10.
I have literally seen them. So there you go. Also, I remember being in first grade and a leprechaun came into our school and wrecked our classroom. I didn't see it, but like the teacher said they saw it.
Yeah, they told me the same thing
You
too.
too?
hmm
Well, then it's real, straight
I'm
up.
not saying they weren't real. I'm just saying that it's an 8.
The best part is when we're in the library because like the leprechaun kept leaving like a trail to lead us back to it, and eventually led us back to the classroom. Now I never saw it, but I told my teacher I did. She's like, "No way!" And like the facade almost broke. She's like, "Oh shit, you did?"
Or like terrified that you actually saw, like breaking the illusion of like, oh yeah, leprechauns aren't real. But this kid was like, I saw him. Wait, slow down, slow down.
Wait, explain what you saw in the library. He was hiding behind the books, which is weird because they're really not that small. But in my being 3 years, not three. Oh, what's first grade? 7? No, 7 years old.
Yes,
So
as good as mine.
so being 7, I already had a late birthday, so I was probably 8. So I was 8 when I saw a leprechaun.
That's believable.
You know what's not though?
What?
Ghost.
Oh, that's a 0 for me.
God, what?
That's my 0.
Explain. There's just no way, man. Are you kidding me?
I don't think that. I don't believe in souls. I don't believe in really spirits.
I'm spiritual. I believe in mysticism. I don't believe in the fucking spirit. Okay.
It's just a concept that just is like to my brain is just like no.
You're nitpicking. You were literally like, I don't like this concept, so I don't believe in it.
Well, it. This is a very difficult situation because we're talking about mythical creatures and cryptids, and I can't say I don't believe in ghosts because it doesn't seem real to me.
We just got done with the fucking gin, and he had it at a 10,
Yeah,
which is a spiritual entity.
but
I
it's
don't.
not a ghost. It's an actual thing. It's a character. It's a person.
Can I explain something?
Go ahead.
Are
I'll
you
allow it.
are you familiar with the stone tape theory?
No.
So the stone tape theory says that particularly stones, uh, especially when they're near bodies of water, conduct energy, and that this energy can be played back almost like a record. So like vibrations go into the water, vibrations go into the stone, or even the wood of a place, and it gets recorded in like the vibration because everything's moving. Everything is when you break it down is just atoms and molecules, and they're constantly vibrating. So if you is it possible to record sound, not sound waves, but like energy moving through objects? It can be stuck in an object down to like its basic molecular structure, and something sets it off again, some kind of trigger or simply time passing. These events that are trapped in the molecules and the vibrations will replay themselves. into the world. So that could be a violent action, for example. So if a murder takes place, that is intense. The emotions, the vibrations that must cause out into the world are powerful. So that's why a lot of these things seem to be so negative, because if a very violent action takes place, the vibrations that cause will be more significant. And so that's why you see murders play out over and over again. It's not really happening, but you're seeing like a mirage or an illusion, something playing back into your eyes, making you believe you're seeing something. Now, there are cases where that's kind of not the case, because that is considered a non-intelligent haunting. When you get to intelligent hauntings, we're talking poltergeists. We're talking like full-blown conversations, like EVPs and stuff like that, where it's not just repeated phrases. Because if you go by the stone tape theory, then the repetition of an action or a phrase is key. But when you get to intelligent hauntings, where stuff's being thrown around, they're interacting with you, that doesn't apply. And I don't know about that. I do believe in the unseen world, that there is a veil over our eyes. Hell, to go even more scientific about it, I think there's chemicals in our brain that stop us from seeing the world the way it really is. That's why some of us perceive it different, because we have different brains and different chemicals. But I do think ultimately we can't see what's really there. And I do think there are creatures that exist, entities that exist in this unseen world. I'm not calling them angels. I'm not calling them demons. I think they are literally just like things we cannot perceive with the naked eye. And whether their vibrations be moving too fast. Actually, the best way to describe this idea is Adventure Time. Circling it back. So in Adventure Time, you remember the episode with all those little people that Finn had? Remember Magic Man gave him like a satchel. You didn't get to that episode. Do you mind if I talk about it?
Are you talking about the one where the little ones of all his friends and stuff, and Finn and Lady Ranicorn start dating?
Yeah.
I saw that
He's
episode.
messing with their lives.
Yeah.
So did you saw how the way that Finn communicates to these little people, because they can't see him or hear them. They exist on a completely different plane of existence. Despite the fact that Finn himself can see and interact with them, it doesn't get it's not the other way around. The
Right.
little people can't see him. So to him, he's literally like a god. He can interfere and mess with their lives, but they can't interact or see him, even though it works the other way. It's like a one-way mirror. And so the only way to interact with them is he has to shake them really fast and scream. Like he's trying very hard to break this barrier that exists between them. And for a brief moment, Finn is able to break in. Am I using Adventure Time to explain the concept of ghost? Yes, damn straight I am. Damn straight I am. That's what I'm getting at is I think it's all down to vibrations, energy, and stuff being recorded into the physical material plane. But I also do think there are entities we can't see. I rest my case. Still zero?
Yep.
More persuaded?
I didn't want to take away from your statement because it was really good.
0. 10. So ghosts are definitely not real, but you know what is? Fucking fair folk, fairy folk,
Yes. Here
the
we go.
pixies.
Okay. Yeah.
Something you understand.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fairy folk. You want to talk about the fairy folk and your belief in them?
There. You'll put me on the spot like that. Yeah. I think. If why not?
You can't do that.
Why not? Tell me
I
why.
spent like 15 minutes talking about how ghosts could possibly be real. You want to tell me why fucking not on pixies and
Well,
fairies?
it's the same idea with angels and stuff. Why can't they exist?
You're asking me that?
I'm not. It's a rhetorical question.
Well, exactly. Why not? But like, for the audience who might disbelieve in fairies, can you convince them?
Every every culture has their own stories, and I think every story is written for a reason. There's enough people who saw it. There's enough people who believe in the idea that these things exist. there's always a reason why something is written, and there's the chance that they're writing it just because, let me bullshit this guy. But the idea of an entity that is good and bad, like they're
Depending on the
good,
telling.
yeah. Um, like even with like elves in Europe and stuff, elves, gnomes, dwarves. Not so much dwarves. 'Cause that's I don't know. Are they on the list? Are dwarves on the list?
I have gnomes on the list,
Okay,
so I decided not to do dwarves.
okay, yeah. I think I have a little pessimistic idea on dwarves. But gnomes and elves.
Well, not
No,
gnomes yet, because that is a separate list. That's a
yeah,
separate thing. So just fairies.
yeah.
What's your professional opinion?
They exist on the grounds of if I could say this piece of literature, I'll believe in jinns and I'll believe in golems. I'll believe in pixies, sure. It's a good band too. Why not?
There we go. Um, you familiar with the God particle?
I've heard, yeah,
So that particular particle is a particle that without any causation whatsoever, we don't know where it comes from, we don't know where it goes, Cotton Eye Joe, but it will pop into existence, small particle, and it will disappear. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Where the hell is it coming from and where is it going? We don't know. And so I would like to posit the notion that what if fairy folk are like these particles? They come into existence and they leave. Like they can both enter the scene world and leave the scene world again at will. Whether that just to be to like to mess with people or to interact with the natural world. I think they're like moths or lightning bugs, or fireflies, whatever you want to call them. But they're more sentient, and I think they pop into existence. They can do what they want, and they can leave again. I think that's possible. The more spiritual you make something to me, the more it's like I can't tell you it's not real, right?
right.
So,
You always have a better way with words than I do.
which is odd because normally it's the other way around.
Um, I do disagree with the concept of the God molecule, but for the sake of this argument and it being in my favor, I will allow it.
So what do you say?
There's a few things in science. There's not many because it's like I always feel like I don't have a degree. I don't actually really care about science, but when I hear something, I'm just like, that's total bullshit, and that's dark matter. We've had this conversation several
You will
times.
not be quiet about dark matter and its non-existence.
It's why I'm angry is because it feels such like a cop out.
Right.
Because it's like, oh, there is a presence in this space, but because there's an absence of light, we can't see what is there, but we understand that there's a presence there, so we're just, oh, it's dark matter.
That seems fair.
No, it seems like a cop out.
You're labeling something you don't understand. It has to be called something in order to be researched further. It's just impossible to do that. Whatever. We're
I
not.
don't know.
All right.
Again, I don't have a degree.
So you don't have a degree, but what's your professional inclination on the existence of fairies?
About a 9.
I disagree with science. Dark matter does not exist. The God particle does not exist.
Well, for that, not to like only for the sake of my argument with dark matter. And yes, it's going to take away from my pixie theory because you were just spot on. You just were able to put it into words better than I could. The idea that it just goes away is not. No. I think it's a problem with the scientists and they lost the particle. The particle. It's
Ooh,
still there. I think it's me and in layman terms blaming the scientists.
is it?
How did you lose the particle? Well,
It's
I
their
mean,
fault.
it's yeah. Well, if it's a particle, it's smaller than anything. How do you make a microscope see into space, like on the same level to see like if there is at like quote unquote life inside? the vacuum of space, because you would need to have the quote unquote vacuum.
That's insane.
Think about that.
That's just insane.
Look, like, because the idea of like, if we're able to see this particle, right? You know how like it would seem like it would have to be such a small window in a really good situation to see this particle. And to say that it just disappeared is kind of sounding like they're covering their own ass. They're trying to study this one particle and then it disappears.
For once, let me agree with scientists. For once, let's say, for the sake of conversation here, it's weird how deep we're going about fucking fairies, but humor me here.
With not talking about fairies.
But we are though. We're like trying to support why we think fairies can be real.
And I'm not doing a good job. I'm tearing down everything
Wait,
you built.
Hold on. So like, what if it's not just blipping out of existence and reappearing? It's teleporting.
Yeah,
Because if
that would be more
yeah,
probable to me. It just moved so fast that we couldn't see it because it was so small. Obviously, if it moves an inch, it's just immediately gone. Not even an inch, like the smallest measurement of space, like literally space,
right.
just moves over. Just the tiniest bit, it's gone. It's like
You're not
completely
going to
gone.
see it. Yeah,
Yeah,
because the microscope is only seeing such a
Ugh,
tiny, like it's seeing literally down to like singular particles.
er,
If it moved an inch, that's like 1,000 miles in the realm we're talking about.
right.
Um, or it could be folding space, like a wormhole.
Okay, that's stuff that I can get behind.
It's like it's just like the folding is, and that's the thing. When you use scientific terminology to talk about this stuff, you can convince anybody of anything.
Right.
If you word something just well enough, you can convince anybody that you're telling the truth. If I use scientific terms like wormhole, what?
I know that
Fairies?
term.
Fairies? Wormholes? That's a scientific term. You're applying it to fairies? Maybe they just have that ability.
Maybe they're just that good.
Maybe we suck.
Pixies are the top G's.
I love excuse me, I like the pixies from Fairly Odd Parents.
Yes.
Even though they're more like gnomes because they're little hats. Hmm.
It's so weird that I never thought about like, yeah, pixies and fairies would be different.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I didn't think about it till then.
Yeah.
Uh,
It just makes sense. This
it just works. It
yeah.
just works. I like my Dyson vacuum cleaner. It does not work. Don't worry, I had a warranty on it. What do I think? All that talk about fucking dark matter and wormholes. What do I actually think about fairies? I think it is a 7. No, 6. Go with a 6. Okay, you ready? Yeti. And not the cooler, not the microphone
That we don't use anymore.
that we don't use because it broke. I'm sorry. That's why the quality dropped. The audio sucks now. I'm sorry.
We'd rather you get episodes than not.
Right. We already missed a few deadlines. Apologies, folks.
Yeah, we're still doing pretty good since we started in January and we're only missed what 2, maybe 3 episodes.
3.
Yeah, but Yeti, yeah, 100%, 10. Even you know what, 11.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the Yeti, just based on location and the stories around this one type of Bigfoot, I would believe the Yeti more than the Yowie or the stone apes or even skunk ape. Even though we have pictures of him,
They could be doctored.
I mean,
Picture.
they have been looked at, and it's still a debate as far as I've read about the skunk ape
Like
pictures.
I'll go on about the Patterson Gimlin footage and how it can't be replicated, and like I'll go off about that. But then I'm also the kind of guy that any footage I see outside of that or any pictures I see, no, I won't buy it. I don't believe any photographic evidence. It's just
He's
anything.
blurry.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like anything can be photoshopped. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
anything can be doctored, and so I don't believe that stuff. I can't believe videos and I can't believe pictures, even though the Patterson Gimlin footage is 100% correct. But you know what I can't disprove? How the hell, man? Like, okay, so you really early on in Everest expeditions, and there was a handful in the late 19th century into the early 20th century, but it really starts kicking off through the 30s and the 50s. That's like where a lot of expeditions are being done, and the first guy to reach the summit of Mount Everest, uh, of course, this guy has talked about, and this is we've harped on this before, but the fact there's already a legend there before like it gets publicized, that people are already talking about something, does give it a bit more weight and credibility. But you also got to consider this guy doesn't know about this shit, like at all. He came over here to climb this mountain. He doesn't know about the local legends. He's learning of it. And so that might influence him a bit. But as he's climbing the mountain, finds footprints way higher than he is, and they take pictures of it. These pictures exist. You can look at them right now. They didn't make them. Um, it, there's no reason for him to fake it. He's trying to be one of the first people to climb Mount Everest.
He doesn't have time to fake stuff.
Do you think he gives a shit?
Yeah.
Like, why would he? Why? Is it not good enough to be the first person to be on the top of a mountain? Again, maybe it's giving people too much credit, but this guy is a known adventurer and mountaineer. This is his life, is climbing mountains. And he was about to be one of the first people to ever climb Mount Everest, get to the peak. Why would he fabricate that? Two birds with one stone? You know, like, not just am I the first person to climb the mountain, but I'm the first person to see the Yeti.
Document evidence of the Yeti.
And they have pictures, and it's like they're fresh. So
that would be terrifying.
It is snowing on Mount Everest, and there are fresh prints. No, not that fresh prints. That was already done in Animaniacs. They already made that joke. I'm about 30 years too late. So I think when you combine all of that together, it's very credible. It's very credible. And I know I was talking about how gins are like locked to this one place, but this makes sense that a species would be stuck in the Himalayan mountains. That is very like logical to me that they'd be stuck in this area because we see this with other species. They're stuck in one spot because of the geography. This geography, I think, allows it to exist. It's a 10. It's a 10 for me.
It's an 11 for me.
Okay. Oh, Nelly. Or should I say, Nessie. We get the Loch Ness Monster. My girl. This is my second favorite.
She keeps asking for 350, man.
I don't know why. I don't know what the inflation rate in Scotland is, but I don't know how far 350 is really going to get you. You know, maybe a stick of gum and a blow, but that's about it. So with Nessie, this one's kind of weird because when I think of Nessie, like me as myself, I don't picture Nessie as like a physical being. There's dark magic. Like I don't think of Nessie as just like a physical creature, and I guess that helps my like believability in Nessie is to think it's an immortal creature that just like the fairies, just it comes in when it wants to and it leaves when it wants to. As if like maybe there's even some portal to the Hollow Earth in Loch Ness. Have they found it yet? No, but they haven't found Nessie either. But does that mean she's not real? No, it does not.
I just don't think they were looking hard enough. I think she's a real, big ass dinosaur living in Scotland.
She's a plesiosaur.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's the funnest way to think about it. Not overcomplicating everything and having too much fun with it.
But
I'm like, yeah, it's a dinosaur that lives in the loch. Should have done better.
but they never find more than one, so it's not like a species. It's all that's why Nessie's more so than any other cryptid, because all these cryptids, like with Sasquatch, that's a species. That's not like a singular entity. Nessie has never been seen with another. If they have, they're not substantiated claims. It's almost always this one creature. And yes, size and appearance varies. Like sometimes it's like the water horse movie where it has the giraffe horns on its head. Sometimes it's a plesiosaur. Sometimes it walks on land. In fact, one of the first major encounters of the modern day, it's on land. Also, uh, if we really want to stretch it, go really far back, and you're going to think, okay, I don't believe that because it's religious. But in five, I believe it was like 565, Saint Columba, who was a saint of that area, uh, he was with the Picts, and the Picts are at that time what we considered like ancient Scotsmen. Like they inhabited Scotland at this time. So the Picts were with Saint Columba, who was trying to persuade them to Christianity. You know, he was trying to convert them. And he swears it, and all the people there swear it, by all the accounts that we see, of which were written by St. Columba himself, that a water monster came out of the lake, or excuse me, at this time it was the river Ness. That's where Ness comes from in Loch Ness. The loch is its own thing. The river Ness flows into the loch, therefore creating Loch Ness. But in at the time there was no loch, so you have River Ness, and St. Columba saw that someone was getting attacked by a creature, a water creature, in the river, and so he went down, made a cross with his fingers, and expelled the beast, and said, "Never come back," and expelled it down the river to, I guess, what would be the modern day loch of modern times. But he expelled it from the river like it was a demon, and told it to go away. And that apparently converted the Picts to Christianity because they saw, apparently to them, was a miracle. Now, because it's so long ago, and because we're dealing with a very popular creature at the time,
Religious testimonies too.
yeah, that's one. You may not, because the guy's literally trying to convert people. What better way to do that than through an act of God or a miracle? But also the fact that it's it's popular. Water monsters are popular. They've always existed through all cultures, through all over the world. People see a whale 300, 400 years ago. They don't know what the hell that is. That's a water
Sea
monster.
monster.
It's a fucking sea monster. You see a whale and you don't know what it is. It's a sea monster. They didn't categorize things the way we call them today. So when they say a water monster back then, that can mean anything. And you see hundreds of years pass by, the Picts come and they go, and then you see the modern day Scotsmen come, and he hasn't gone yet. Thank God, we need him up there. But we don't see really for hundreds of years any accounts, but we do have carvings from ancient times that do depict something of a plesiosaur type creature living in the area. So it's out of all these cryptids, this one's one of the oldest. So that's why I'm like, I don't think it's immortal. Like the thing is immortal. It's whatever it is. It's either demonic or it has some kind of dark mysticism about it that's not normal for a living. It's not an animal. Essentially, what I'm trying to get at. I don't think it's just a dinosaur. I think it's more than that. Now you get to the surgeon's photo, which is the most popular one. So
But it's fake.
yeah, so back in the 30s, the main road that's around Loch Ness today had just been built, meaning there's more traffic, more people are coming around the lake more than ever. It's modern times now, and this is really accentuated at this moment when this road is made, because now anyone can just come to the loch and see it. When before it was a whole hike, it was a whole journey to go up there. You either lived there or you didn't, and there was no reason to go. But now there's a main road, a main artery that travels around Loch Ness, giving you a full 360-degree view of the waterway. And that's what almost all the sightings happen. The second that road is built, the first sighting is someone sees the Nessie on land scuttling to the river or scuttling to the water. And there's a few more sightings here and there. But the one that, just like with the Patterson Gimlin footage, like this is the evidence, was the surgeon's photo back in the early 30s. And it's literally a sea serpent head mounted to a submarine. And when you look at it, the waves it's creating just far too big. You know what I mean? Like the size of the waves in the photo, they just look like ripples. And there's no scale, there's no size to compare it to. It's literally just a fucking submarine with a sauropod or a sea serpent head attached to it. It's not great. It's not a good representation of Nessie. They done my girl wrong. It's not very flattering.
Makes her look fat.
She does not have humps. They give her multiple humps. What's she, a fucking camel? No, dude, she's a plesiosaur. On all accounts. And if they see extra humps, it's just more to hold on to. Love
This
handles.
could be a 10.
Yeah, I think she's a 10
I think
too.
she's a 10.
Yeah, I think she's a 10 too.
Yeah,
Oh.
an immortal Pleiadius dinosaur, plesiosaur, an immortal demonic dinosaur.
It's so cool. So you're a 10?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm not a 10, but she is.
Damn straight.
What we got next?
Well, hold on. I didn't rank.
Oh,
Slow your
you
roll.
said that she was a 10 too.
I need to write it. Okay. Who's next? Speaking of fearsome creatures, or fearsome critters, we got our own lumberjack, Paul Bunyan. He's not a cryptid. Shut the fuck up. It's my list. I'll do whatever I want. Paul Bunyan.
This is all you.
All me?
Yeah, I really don't know much other than the. Do you remember? I forget what company made them, but they're like more advanced School of Rock, where they had Johnny Appleseed, they had Henry,
John Henry?
yeah,
Yeah.
and then they had Paul Bunyan. That's all I.
It's just classic American folklore, man. I love Johnny Appleseed. Who,
That's my homie.
by the way, a real guy.
Yeah.
That is, I think people forget. First off, I think people forget about Johnny Appleseed. Period. But he was literally a real dude. We have a picture of him. But you just said you don't believe in photographic evidence. He's literally a real dude. Shut up. Am I arguing with myself because you're not arguing with me?
I'm sorry. This is just a topic I'm not very um,
Familiar.
informed on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, considering a lot of American folk people they have roots in reality.
Right.
Now, a lot of their deeds get blown away. Like for instance, um,
John Henry in
John
Fighting
Henry,
the Machine.
or the Alamo with Davy Crockett.
See, I think that everything that is told is true because I'm a goddamn American.
You forget that just David Bowie and not that. No.
David Bowie was at the Alamo. This
Hold
is
on. Well, wait.
there's new Alamo lore. Babe, wake up! There's new Alamo
Hold on.
lore.
Sorry. Like Bowie and Davy Crockett, not that one. The guy that the knife is named after. That's where we get Bowie knives from because
Sure.
he's literally at the Alamo. That's where the knife. I mean, I shit you not. Watch the movie. He's there. So Davy
They
Crockett.
filmed it. They
Yeah,
filmed the Alamo.
there's real footage. You haven't seen it?
No.
Came out in 2005. They just released it, like
Wow.
2005. Yeah, yeah.
I thought you were bullshitting like it was a movie they made of it, and then you're like, yeah, there's footage of it. Nah, this is news to me.
Okay, so I guess for the sake of the informative part of the podcast, no, there is no found footage of the Alamo.
Okay, because I was like,
No,
no.
there was a movie that came out in 2005.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It's really good. But like Bowie and Davy Crockett, but especially Davy Crockett because he's just like an American icon.
He's a hero.
I mean, he was, but he was also a statesman. He was a politician who left to go fight in a war for fun. He literally just went to go to Texas to fight for fun. He was just an adventurer, an explorer. He did like everyone back then just dabbled in everything. Everyone was doing stuff. But like people like that, we forget are just real. Are their deeds and exploits perhaps blown out of proportion? Yeah, some of them, yeah. Not Davy Crockett, Davy Crockett, and David Bowie. It should be stated, definitely live up to the hype. Paul Bunyan, I think, is real. His name may not have been Paul Bunyan, but I mean, it's one of those things that I think was created by a lumber company, almost like how Coca-Cola stole the image of Santa to just like use to
Yeah.
sell Coke.
Yeah.
Like that's where the red. That's why he wears red. He's literally a capitalistic icon who wears red because of Coke, right?
Right.
So when it comes to Paul Bunyan, he was most likely used in advertising or marketing campaigns for the lumber industry. But I do think there was a person that most likely that was based around.
This is like the third time we've talked about Paul Bunyan on the podcast.
There's no way, is it?
Yeah, you talked about him on the first cryptid. Literally episode 1. You talked about Paul Bunyan.
What was the second time?
It was a later episode.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I don't remember the second time. If this is the third time, I'm sorry. I apparently really like Paul Bunyan. I don't know. I guess so.
He's the one that chopped all the trees down in one swing, right?
One foul swoop, yeah.
One fell swoop.
I mean, so did Washington. Think about
Well,
it.
yeah, that was true. At least he was real and actually did that because
God,
he's the
okay,
godfather of America.
I'm not going to talk about the Blue Ox. I'm not going to talk about the Blue Ox, but it's for Paul Bunyan himself.
I'm gonna say a 5.
Hold on.
I really like John Henry.
I believe that. I'll buy that, Alex, for $1.
See, just the idea of fighting the machine and the human endurance, the human experience to never let the machine ever beat you, whether it's a corporation or literally technology. The drive to stay human, the drive for humanity to stay relevant.
It killed him.
Yeah,
So yours is 5.
yeah.
I'm gonna put him at a. I'm gonna put him at a 6.
I think 5 is fair because it's like, yeah, Johnny Appleseed was a person. You know, I'm sure there was somebody that was modeled off of, or that John Henry's modeled off of.
Yeah, real. Now that could be. That may not even be one person,
Right.
but they're based off something real.
Yeah.
And people might get pissy and say, "Well, then you're not talking about Paul Bunyan anymore. Like the popular image of Paul Bunyan is not what you're discussing anymore." But
Like that guy.
yeah, yeah. So I think it is modeled, as you said, off something. I think it was some tall guy who was able to cut down a lot of trees, and he probably got spoken about between different lumberjacks. And they just kept literally blew him up bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what I think. Okay,
Do we
this
have any more folklore like that?
there's a lot of them.
People?
Yeah, but we might be able to say that like an actual American in depth, like deep dive into American folklore,
That would be sick.
like real people to talk about.
Yeah.
Um, who are just larger than life. This one is like I say, Loveland Frog's my favorite, and then Nessie's my second. If I had to have a third, this is it.
This is your holy trinity?
It's funny when you say it like that because that's. I don't think this is anyone's trinity. Atmospheric beast.
A 7. A very strong 7.
Okay. Uh,
Because there's, like, yes, there's a lot of fabricated imagery, but it's like your mind wanders just looking at clouds. And to think, like, if there's aliens, what's stopping them from, like, ones that own, like, what's, there's one, is it the turtle? The space turtle from, It.
oh, Maturin, the turtle, the one that ate galaxies and then choked on it, and that's why Pennywise was able to return.
Sure.
That guy. Okay.
Yeah. Like, just entities that fly through space. What's stopping a small one from being able to just pop in our universe and fly it in our atmosphere?
Agreed.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's really hard for me to explain because we're talking about we're starting to get into abstract stuff.
Cosmic.
Like it's yeah, cosmic abstractions. And we'll see at the very end of this list the very idea of something can be a cryptid. Like just thinking about something makes it real.
Yeah.
Um, Is there sentience to them?
I think there can be
Yeah, I agree.
a presence that could be aware of like uh, humans' aerial flights. You know, like they know they see an airplane and they need to avoid it for being spotted.
Also, what are clouds? But water.
Yeah,
And where does life form? In water. Is it possible that life forms up in the clouds like some?
eighth dimension.
We'll go for that. So you're saying seven?
I'm saying a seven.
I'm saying eight.
Okay.
It's either like 1 point up or 1 point down for me and you.
Or
Okay.
just like drastic different sides.
Okay. Hold on. What is this? Will o' the Wisp.
About a nine.
Damn it, that's mine.
I think light manifesting in an being an entity manifesting itself as just light is pretty plausible to me.
I think it's all but confirmed.
Mm.
I mean, even down to ball lightning. To make it lame, ball lightning.
Yeah.
That's a scientific thing. That's something that happens. That's real. We know that lightning and friction in the air. Or are you familiar with Saint Elmo's fire? You know what that is? So
What
see,
happened to Elmo?
I'll tell you exactly. Well, actually, it has nothing to do with Elmo. But Saint Elmo's fire is when, especially on old ships, this still happens today, but it's really a phenomenon that's reported on like old galleons and wooden ships back in the day, where in a storm or even on the like on the onset of a storm happening, the friction in the air would cause the mast to glow, almost like
A
northern
ghost ship.
lights or ghost ships. Yeah, that might be something people saw on the horizon, thought that was a ghost ship. But the friction in the air would cause the mast to glow green, just like the aurora
Flying
borealis.
Flying Dutchman.
Hmm. I mean, that's a real phenomenon that happens. So, with with that happening, yeah, I think it's even with the Brown Mountain Lights. I mean, I think it's all friction.
That was a good Wendigo video.
It was. That was good for no reason. It's weird. You'd think we get all of our cryptid knowledge from Wendigoon. Any other finer points, or do you want to
The
rate it?
mysticism behind it. There's energy too behind it being folklore. In terms of kind of like in Brave, the where the blue wisps help her find, believe it was her mother, who got lost. She got turned into a bear. I don't know. It's been a while since I saw the movie, but the concept of the wisps in that sense of being a guide, really like
Like Navi from Zelda.
not that. We're not. No, that's Pixie
Okay.
or a fairy. It's a
Okay.
fairy, literally a fairy.
I know it's. I
Right?
know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be relevant.
Yeah. Try to stay relevant.
Trying.
But yeah, like being a guide in a mystic kind of way. But yeah, you want to break it down to just light, entity, an entity showing itself as light. I think that's a fair enough answer.
The fuck ghost. Okay. Well, the Wisp. What are you saying?
It's about nine.
Okay. I'm gonna say a 10. All right, this is like a whole topic unto itself. We could talk about this for like 8 hours. UFOs, otherwise known as unidentifiable flying objects.
10.
10? Yeah, okay. I
Let's
think
move on.
the real hold on. I think the real debate here, and we'll probably have a whole episode on aliens anyways. Uh, just given the subject matter, is it aliens or what I think it is? Because I do believe in aliens. I just don't think they're piloting UFOs. I think it's just the Nazis, man, with the that anti. You say it's not anti-gravitational, but they created anti-gravitational technology, and after
World War II, all the scientists came over and they started working about it in America. So they took the Nazi uh, blueprints, and when they all came to America, all of a sudden, after World War II, you have UFO sightings all over America. Like this was like the hot spot. That's because we started using Nazi technology, anti-gravitational technology, and that's all UFOs are. That's all they are. Is super advanced aerial aircraft that the world is like. If people knew we had this kind of technology, they'd be scared.
I'm going to take it in a different direction. I believe in both of these. I believe there are flying saucers that are piloted by aliens, and then I think there are organic flying saucers. That the alien itself is the saucer.
Oh, like from Nope. Okay. So
Didn't see it.
sorry. What do you ranking it at 10?
Yeah, it's a 10. She's a 10. Is the pen? Yep. Okay, we got a pen.
Yep, I got one. It took a few. I had to go through like what 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
Just find the one that works. So you're a 10 on UFOs. I'm a 10 on UFOs for different reasons. I think it's just super advanced technology the governments are hiding from us.
I
Alrighty,
think it's life forms.
easy. Okay, Jersey Devil.
A 10.
Well, why?
Uh, I don't see why a witch couldn't put a curse on her own baby and have it come out look like that.
Um, I think it was just inbreeding. Straight up, I think it was just
A
like
horse.
I
To make
think.
a horse demon.
Have you seen the Harlequin babies?
Uh, are those the blue people?
Those no, no, that's a whole inbred family. No, the Harlequin condition is when the skin like crystallizes and the eyes bulge out and they're blood red. And I mean, most of them die. Like I don't think there's ever been a case of someone with Harlequin syndrome that lived. It's incredibly brutal, to say the least, and almost all of them die as infants. I only bring that up because it shows you like there's it's rare, but like there's serious malformations that happen at birth, like genetic defects that happen, and some of them are very frightening to look at. And so I think for someone living in the middle of Hodok nowhere in New Jersey, could have just seen this and thought it was a spawn of the devil because they didn't understand what genetics were. I think it's real too,
For different reasons.
for different reasons. So I'm gonna say 10. You're gonna say 10. Jersey Devil. Unicorns. 10. Do you disagree?
No.
So now I have to explain why unicorns are real.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
Tell me why unicorns are real.
for medieval European travelers during the medieval ages, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were a merchant and you went to Africa and you saw a rhinoceros and you had to go back and explain what a rhinoceros is to Europeans who have never seen one, how would you describe it other than a horse with a horn?
Yeah.
But rhinos have 2 horns. Shut up. Shut up. It looks like a horse with a singular horn. That's what a unicorn is. And if you go back and you look at old dictionaries from hundreds of years ago, that's what they're listed as. It's the same thing. And it pisses me off when people say unicorns aren't real. They are real. The magic's gone because we know what they are. And the second it's explained, no one cares. Unicorns are literally real and they're rhinos and they need to be protected. There needs to be conservation efforts to protect rhinos because they're fucking unicorns.
So then, what are Pegasus?
I don't have one for you.
Okay. And then my follow up would be alicorns.
Well, alicorns is a whole nother branch of thought, and not pertaining to anything scientific, but I do want to talk about it maybe one day. Sure, there's monsters in that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me write it in the space I have. There's not a lot of room here for this one. So
There's a cockatrice in Friendship is Magic.
there's a lot of really cool.
Yeah, mythological creatures.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. So you're saying what?
For your unicorns,
Yeah,
yeah, 10.
10. Okay, we agree.
I want there to be a horse out there with a horn.
Yeah, rhinos. Is that not cool? See, that's the thing. Is that just not cool enough for
Why
you?
can't we have both?
It's not impossible.
Yeah,
I think it's possible there could be like a genetic defect that causes it to happen.
yeah. Just like a jackalope.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes, yes. Horned serpents slash hoop snakes. Now I'm kind of putting them in there together. So horned serpents, they were seen in Ohio. They've been spotted elsewhere, but it's really concentrated for whatever reason. Ohio people keep seeing these horned serpents.
Down in Ohio.
Crazy stuff happens in Ohio,
Yeah,
including horned serpents.
and chemical issues.
It's a genetic defect that causes them to have it. Maybe just located for whatever reason in Ohio. And I include hoop snakes in there too because I didn't want to have like two separate snake categories. So hoop snakes, the concept is a lot of frontiersmen and people like that. They kept seeing like fucking snakes biting their own tail and would like roll away, like Hoopy from the end of Portal One. You remember Hoopy?
I've seen clips.
Okay, you know Hoopy. Don't worry.
This is one that I learned today. Because you were pulling up all your resource references, and you're like, the hoop snake, and I'm like, no, what's that?
It's what pioneers saw. Well, it reminds me of the Ouroboros, which is the snake eating its own tail. So this is imagery that's been prevalent way before that. But when people think hoop snakes, they just think pioneers tripping balls out there on mushrooms out there in the 1800s, seeing snakes eating their own tails and rolling away like tires or wheels.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think it's gonna be a 10 for me.
Considering I've seen pictures of snakes do it, not just pictures, I've literally seen like National Geographic footage of snakes kind of doing it. Like I've seen snakes bite their tail and they'll flail around, and it kind of gives the appearance of it rolling. So it's a 10. It's straight up serpents slash hoop snakes real. Okay, we're
So what
scientists.
what exactly is a horn snake? Just a snake with a horn?
What I think people are seeing is certain rattlesnakes and certain species of snakes have horns on their eyelids. Like they have points on their eyes that go up. And what I'm assuming is people see that and just call those horned serpents. And for whatever reason, in the locality of Ohio, people just identify them as horned serpents. So for everyone else, when they hear that term, they think like devil snakes. Chances are they're just seeing snakes with the pointed brow.
Gotcha.
It's probably what's happening. But that means they're real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you are a 10?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. The Beast of Blade and Bro. Okay. Now for this one's kind of silly. So let me pull up an article here, real quick. Give me a sec because this one out of all the ones I have on here is the one I'm kind of unfamiliar with the most. Uh, in fact, as far as I know, this is the only one on here where if you just learned about hoop snakes, I just learned about this one like today. So let me find them.
Yesterday?
At this point, yeah, yesterday. Okay, so let me read about them. This is from the Wikipedia, and a lot of people in the podcast community get pissed when you start reading from Wikipedia, but So this is what it says. The Beast of Bladenboro refers to a creature responsible for a string of deaths amongst Bladenboro, North Carolina, animals in the winter of 1953 to 1954. According to the witnesses and trackers, it was likely a wildcat species, but they'd be wrong. But its identity was ultimately not definitively confirmed. According to reports, the animal commonly crushed or decapitated its victims, which were mostly dogs. So there's a string of deaths that happened between 53 and 54. So here's some encounters and descriptions. One local described the animal as about 4.5 feet or 1.4 meters long, bushy and resembling either a bear or a panther, while another person described it as small and noted there was a little one just like it running beside it. Another local described hearing a strange noise like a baby crying. Though he did not see the animal, he estimated it was close to 150 pounds, the way it went through the bushes. So that's all really we need right there.
Aren't they happy that you read it and not me?
So what do you think?
What is it? A bear? A bear creature?
Bear-like, yeah.
A big cat?
It's not really. It
Both.
depends on who you're asking. Yeah,
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
this is believable.
yeah.
Like 100. This isn't like fantastical. This is just the people in this area just couldn't identify what animal it was. But it's ripping the heads off dogs. It's either a bear or a panther, and as we know, panthers can be. It's North Carolina. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's North Carolina. Yeah, of course, there's panthers there. So I'm saying 10.
10.
It just sounds like an animal, and they couldn't identify it.
Yeah. It doesn't really seem like anything, like you said, spectacular.
No, so it's absolutely believable. I think
Yeah.
I mean, something happened.
Something happened and there were dead dogs.
Okay, buddy. Spring Hill Jack. Spring Hill Jack. Oh, how do we approach this one? He's not a cryptid. He's just a 1830s Batman wannabe.
Oh my god. Earlier was so good, but we're not going to get into it. That was amazing. A stream of consciousness that will never be heard by anybody.
I heard it. That's all that matters. I just won't repeat it.
Uh, yeah, I'm gonna say it's about a 10. I could see some Looney Tunes esque villain.
Some Dick Dastardly mustache twirling,
Yeah,
tie a lady to a railroad. He's literally some Venture Bros villain.
yeah.
Like straight up, he's a Venture Bros villain.
I don't think he's a cryptid, but in terms of believability of this particular person, I'm gonna say a 10.
Hmm.
It's more likely. Like if if everybody say this man is just springing everywhere, I just love the idea. He has spring shoes on.
Hmm.
Yeah,
All
so sure, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say about. No, I'm gonna say a 9.
okay. So you're a 9. This is what I'm gonna say. I think it's a 10. I think it absolutely happened. I think it was a real event. It was not mass hysteria, but I think this was a very prolific case of. I'm gonna say the R word. Is that okay? I'm gonna say it.
Yeah,
He's a serial rapist.
yeah.
He was
That's what everybody says
well,
anyway.
the reports say they were assaulted and then they just stop. And considering this is 1830s, the Victorian age, they want to be all prissy about it. So instead of just calling it what it is, they say it was a case of assault. It was most likely what I think was a man of aristocracy. It was probably like a rich guy who just wanted to fuck with everybody. So he didn't want to be noticed by the locals, but he had like the means to do it. So he went out dressed up like this, had either one hell of a hop on him, or he. And of course, the NBA didn't exist, so I mean, what else was he going to do except assault women? So that's what he did. Some people might say those two things are the same thing, but I will say I think he probably was just some rich guy screwing with the local populace, and he was also described as breathing blue fire. Parlor tricks. It's all parlor tricks.
Yeah,
He was an illusionist. He probably just had some fine powder in his hand that created like a blue mist, and it looked like it's Batman. He had like a gadget belt, and it's just some dude screwing with people.
I don't know. It could just flip it and be like it is a demon.
Okay,
Yeah,
Spring Heel Jack
Yeah, it's a demon.
is a demon. I think it's just some dude in a costume. He's always lumped in there with cryptids, but like I was saying about Paul Bunny is not a cryptid, but for fun, I'll put him on there. Um, ooh, okay, mermaids. Every culture has them. Every culture has them.
I'm gonna say a 9. That's too high for you?
That's pretty high. Wow. Okay, you want to go into that?
No. um,
I'd like to go into that. I'll tell you what.
yeah, what you got? What you got? You'll probably say it better than I will. Go ahead.
Okay, so mermaids, right?
Right?
They're manatees.
Yeah.
And imagine being some horny sailor. Like, you're just some kid on a ship, and you've gone like 18 months without seeing another living woman, you know? So, I mean, you're horny out there at the ocean. The only thing you have is your bedfellow mates, to keep you warm, keep you company. You might fantasize about a woman out there at sea. And I don't know. I think they probably saw a manatee and be like, I'd fuck that. I'd fuck anything right now. Uh, when we get to the lighthouse one day, when we talk about that movie, there's a scene in there that kind of reflects my point, where there's something very romantic about like the unobtainable. Like there's something there that you want, but you will never be able to have it. And there's something about being at sea. You can't have a woman. Like there's no women out there unless they pulled a Milan and were able to just like sneak on board as another dude. But dykes weren't as plenty back then. So if you're on a ship at that time, if you want to see a woman, you're gonna have to just imagine it.
Right.
So I think it's just manatees. I think that's a mermaid, and I don't think that takes away the mystique at all. Manatees are cool. Don't want to fuck one, but they're cool. Sea cows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sea
man.
cows, man.
Do I wish mermaids were exactly how they're described in that Animal Planet documentary?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Big yeah. For sure.
It got me for the first half.
They had you in the first half.
Yeah. On that documentary.
So you're a 9, right?
Yeah. The ocean is so big, man. And Christopher Columbus. Was it Christopher
He
Columbus?
saw it, yeah.
Yeah, but he did say they weren't as pretty as everybody was talking about. I think that is a really funny anecdote to bring up because it's not. It's the point is I'm bringing it up not because he's like, yeah, I straight up saw him, but he said that they were mid.
And Christopher Columbus said it.
It must have happened.
Marco Polo saw dragons.
Yeah.
So it was like they saw something. I think Christopher Columbus saw a manatee, and that's why he said they're mid. Of course, a manatee doesn't look as good as a big-breasted woman in the sea luring you in, like the sirens from the Odyssey. Of course, everyone wants that to be the case, but uh, like, is my horniness gonna override my decision here? Like, I want them to be real so bad. I
I
don't
don't
even,
have a thing for fish people.
the top half or the bottom half?
Okay, now we're getting complicated. I'm saying the idea that the bottom half is a fish is I kid like there's how would it go?
Did you not see the
If
Futurama episode where they do that? Remember when Fry got a mermaid girlfriend?
no, I like yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember like to keep it as less crass as possible. It's just like I don't see it happening. You
As
know,
far as like procreation goes, no, I don't think a man can fertilize the fish eggs, but I think the anatomy works out. I'm not gonna tell you what my sources are.
I have a issue with the anatomy. I don't think the anatomy for the fish part would line up
Well,
what we got going on.
yeah, but if it's a It's a.
It's a
It's not a
fish.
fish though. It's not a fish. It's
The
a
top
mermaid.
half is the fish,
No, the bottom half is the fish.
or the top. That's a uh made mer, or
Ugh.
yeah. I mean, at least with
There's a
that,
Family Guy bit about that too. Uh,
at least with that, the uh the anatomy would line up.
mermaid. Look, man. All I'm gonna say is mermaids are more real than sea monkeys. Big scam. Did you know I have a plaque on my wall? I'm a certified sea monkey biologist. Did you know that?
No,
I literally have a plaque on my wall saying I am certified because I had sea monkeys, and I can tell you they're not real because I had them. I can tell you.
it's brine shrimp, right?
It's literally bride shrimp. Like microscopic little like organisms. But they're not like what's advertised on the box, you know? That's not what they are.
They're sea monkeys.
They're fucking not though.
They're cryptids. Sea monkeys, actual real sea monkeys, is a cryptid.
It is because they don't exist. So you're right. They could though. We just haven't found it. We find new stuff in the ocean all the time.
Yeah, what's wrong with a monkey breathing water?
Yeah, why am I gonna be such a pussy about it? Like, no. Sure.
Get that brine shrimp out of my face.
Yeah, speaking of pussy, so mermaids, I'm gonna give that a solid. It's a solid 7. No, it's not. I don't know how I'm ranking this. How am I ranking this? I don't know.
I did. It didn't dawn on me that this would be a very difficult decision for us, for you. Not until we were in the moment. I'm like, yeah, I maybe mermaid shouldn't have been on the list. Chandler can't help himself. The big sauce daddy gets heated.
They're naturally sexy, man. Like, what do you want me to do? That's not
I
my.
don't want to know what you would do with a mermaid.
Well, according to you, you can't figure out the anatomy. I'll figure out for you. I'll get back to you. I'll get back. It's a 5 for me because I really don't. I don't know. I
You're
don't.
gonna find out. That's the problem.
We'll go to Atlantis.
We're gonna get a boat, a little wooden boat, and uh, just float around in the Mediterranean Sea looking for them.
That's it. That was a good place to look for him
Yeah,
because that's where Atlantis was.
yeah.
No one talks about that. Also, did I tell you the story?
I like the theory that Atlantis was in the Sudan desert.
Mhm.
I like that one. If we're gonna like go on a little bit of a serious note, yeah, I really like the theory that Atlantis was in the Sahara Desert.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that I meant to say Sahara. I
Yeah. It
said
says
Sudan.
Sudan. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's topical for right this second.
Yeah.
Sudan's kind of topical in the news, but Plato. Do you think Plato was bullshitting? Think he just made it up? No. Plato knows what he was talking about. I trust the guy.
I trust him.
He's literally the only source for Atlantis. So believing him is kind of important. But when I was little, I used to threaten Neptune or Poseidon,
Whoever's gonna listen.
Greek or Roman, I don't care. Whoever at that time was god of the sea, whoever wore the cockled crown at the time, I would like I'm literally like 12 years old, and I'm saying and this is the Atlantic Ocean, so I'm just like throw your worst waves in me, and if I'm able to survive an hour of these waves, I want all your mermaid wives.
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 Plural.
We want to see something about Mormonism.
I'm not gonna say anything about it. I
I
just
heard
think it's funny you said wives.
I heard like an ib on the end of your tongue there. Um, Mormon mermaids. Good idea. Writing that down. Giants.
Yeah, that's 10.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I've literally seen a guy who's 14 feet tall. That's a giant.
Yeah.
But if you want to say, if you're classifying it as a separate species outside of humanity, is that what we're talking? Because then we're talking Nephilim. Then we're talking angels coming down and procreating with mankind to create giants.
I think that that Marine team found a Nephilim. The
Okay.
ginger.
I remember the ginger.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna say? 10?
Yeah, I'm gonna say 10.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's just a 10. It's just as simple as that. Giants are real. Get over it.
Suck it up.
Grow up and suck it up and accept the truth.
What did you say the other episode where you
Grow the
said
fuck
so?
up.
Yeah, what were you talking about?
Roger Waters. The 70-year-old. Grow the fuck up, dude.
Oh my
Your
god.
dad's not coming back. You know who else isn't coming back? The Goat Man. He hasn't been spotted regularly since the 70s. Where's he at? Is he up there with Mothman?
No,
Where's
he
he?
got caught. He got picked up by the U.S.
Oh, he's one of the few cryptids. They got him. They got his ass.
Well, yeah, because the only reason why we saw him is because he broke free.
I don't believe he's a genetic experiment.
I think he is.
This is not some DC supervillain, dude. No.
Well, you put Spring Jack on the list. That's a DC villain.
Okay. Let me think about this critically. The Goat Man is a demon. He's a mountain demon. He's not a genetic experiment gone wrong. I don't believe it. He's a fucking demon. Tell me I'm wrong.
We could say agree to disagree because we're both saying that he's real.
Which is the only thing that matters.
Yeah.
Goat Man,
To 10.
I'm going to say he is a 5.
Wow.
No, 3.
Wow.
Is this my lowest? No.
No.
It's tied with the Raptor. Is my lowest. Okay. We all know them. We all love them. Can't get enough of them. Stick figures. Real life, honest to God stick figures.
You're gonna have to explain that to the audience, man.
What do you mean? Stick figures, like the shit you draw? Yeah, I
Yeah,
am.
like
Yeah.
comic book.
Like our comic book from middle school?
Yeah.
It was all stick figures? Yeah. Now, imagine if they were real and like Doodle Bob. We're like walking around.
Jacob's art, the creepypasta.
Yes.
Yeah.
Essentially,
Yeah.
it's describing their lanky body. Like they're described as 2D. Like they're not literal like drawings come to life like Doodle Bob, but they're almost like I've described this concept to you before. But if you were a cube, and so each side of the cube cannot see the other side because the square is 2D, but the cube that the square is a part of is a 3-dimensional shape. We live in the 3-dimensional world, but what if there was 2-dimensional creatures? Every once in a while, we caught them from just the right angle. We got to see them from just the right side at the right time. So essentially, stick figures are huge humanoid stick creatures, but they're 2D. What do you think? Don't say sure, why not?
I'm gonna say 7.
You want to elaborate? The audience at home?
The idea, yeah, I've always loved the idea of a two-dimensional beings and four-dimensional beings. I think Futurama really represented it in like the best way possible. Yeah, I just think that it's if there's entities that are three-dimensional, why can't there be fourth-dimensional beings?
Why are we so special?
Yeah, yeah, why can't there be two-dimensional? I really don't know. My brain can't process what a one-dimensional creature would be other than just a dot.
Fifth dimension is time. It's like the stuff from Arrival, like the aliens from Arrival that speak in time. It's literally their language as they speak in time manipulation. So
That's too much. Too much to think about.
I don't know, man. I think it's possible for 2-dimensional creatures to exist. So I'm gonna say, at this current moment, It is a 2. Black-eyed children.
That's a 10. I think that it's more of a supernatural being where it's not quite like vampires, but the idea of an entity that could only do harm to you if you let it in your house.
Right.
Yeah,
It
and
has been invited in.
yeah, and it takes the form of children, but it can't do it perfectly, so the eyes are black.
It's just a reminder that it's not a child.
Right.
It's this one detail that's off. So you're coming at from a supernatural. It's the only way to go at it. It's not children who dye their eyes. Like there's literally no other way to say it other than it's just a massive prank done by multiple children over multiple decades. What would you say?
I'd say 10.
10? I'm gonna put it at a 7.
You said stick figures were 2?
Yeah.
That's your lowest score.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
And I love the concept of two-dimensional beings. Don't get me
You
wrong.
were a 2 and I was a 7.
I think that's one of our biggest disagreements is on stick figures, apparently. Whew. Okay, so I'm not talking about the Jake Gyllenhaal movie, and I'm not talking about Richard Ramirez because he's the Night Stalker, not the Nightcrawler from Fresno.
Oh my god, that's part of my holy trinity.
The
I said it on the
Jimmy
first
Neutron,
episode.
the
Yeah.
Jimmy Neutron pants.
Yes, I think it is a actual creature that is just so happens to be an organic version of what we call pants.
They've evolved past the need for pants and just became them.
Yeah,
They are more civilized than we are. Think about it.
yeah, they're a tiny creatures, so I really think that they would. The tinier, usually they're more secretive, try to hide, like elves and gnomes and stuff. So I don't think like it's a miracle we caught footage of them at all, let alone twice in two different places.
And 2 is more than once.
Yeah.
So
We're just lucky to be in the same timeline where we caught him in not in 4K, but we caught him in camera.
it's not 4K,
No,
Ultra, or HD. Would you say it was a 10?
yeah, hell yeah, man.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, the plausibility to me is just too high, especially. Am I gonna tell an alien species that it can't be pants? Am I really gonna sit here and
Tell them what they can be.
right?
So what, they like the bounty hunters from Critters where they just like change shape and they chose to be pants?
You know what? Maybe so they could try to blend in, kind of like in the way in Critters where the guy was like, "We got to pick people, just random people, so we can blend in." The guy's like, "I'm gonna be a star. I'm gonna be the singer of that band. That song is terrible."
So you think they became pants because they looked at human, like, real quick, you know that scene in Wally? You know that scene in Wally where the captain wants to learn what human civilization used to be, what Earth used to be, and so he's shown like a collage of a bunch of different images, like a hodgepodge of a bunch of different like, oh, here's France, here's food, here's dancing, here's like just culture, right?
Right.
Input straight into his cornea, like all at once. What if this alien race was like, what is humanity? What is this species? Like they all seem to be wearing this weird fabric around their waists down to their ankles. That must be normal. So let's just
Important.
yeah, that's they noted that as important, so they just became this thing that apparently everyone wears. Unless you're the people that ate Rockefeller back in the 80s. I don't think they wear pants. I don't think they wear clothes at all. Let's see. Nightcrawler. 2, 3. Say a 3. Do I need to explain?
No,
Okay. Loveland Frog.
10. That's just like legitimately real. Like you can't tell me that there's not a big ass frog in a wizard hat
Someone
up in
set him up that
Ohio.
way.
Huh?
Someone set him up that way. I don't know what it is, man. About misidentifications going on in Ohio, like the horned serpents. I think it was a tailless iguana. I hate it's my favorite cryptid, right? I love it. I want him to be a wizard frog. I think it was a tailless iguana that was standing on its hind legs when spotted.
I think it's Fubo. I'm sorry.
Uh, 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 you said it was a 10?
Fubo.
Bufo from Adventure Time is literally the Loveland Frog.
Yes.
We are Bufo. Is Bufo the frog or is he the tadpoles?
I think it's the tadpole.
That wasn't on the Adventure Time iceberg.
Yeah,
That's not on there. Is Bufo the frog or is we are Bufo? Is that Bufo? Are they the tadpoles? I think they're the
I
tadpoles
think they're the tadpoles.
inhabiting the. That's a lot of questions, man. That's a whole thing.
So is the frog the wizard or are the tadpoles the wizard?
Both.
I don't think the tadpoles are wizards.
Well, are they using the wizard frog as a host? And they're just his mind, but they're using his body to enact the magic.
So they're parasites, not tadpoles.
Sure. You fucking asking me? I'm about the Loveland Frog. No shit, dude. You're a 10. I'm also a 10.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dover Demon.
It's an alien. It's a gray. Of course it's a 10. Of course it's real. Why would it not be real?
Somebody saw something.
It's the most basic alien type, a gray. And there's a dog somewhere outside.
And if you believe in gray aliens, then you already believe in the Dover Demon.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna label that a big fat 10 out of 10. Sonny. Okay, the talking mongoose. We gotta talk about the
Jeff.
one, the only Jeff, the talking, and we're not talking about Ricky Tikki Tavi. This is Jeff. Hold on, let me find the. There he is, and it's not Jeff Jeff. It's Gef. Jeff, the talking mongoose. Let's read. Jeff, also referred as the talking mongoose or the Dalby spook, was allegedly, get this, a talking mongoose which was claimed to inhabit a farmhouse owned by the Irving family. The Irving's farm was located at Cashin's Gap near the hamlet of Dalby on the Isle of Man. The story was given extensive coverage by the tabloid press in Britain in the early 1930s. The Irving's claims gained the attention of parapsychologists and ghost hunters such as Harry Price and some other guys. We're not going to talk about them. They're not important to the story. This is the story. September 1931, the Irving family, consisting of James, Margaret, and a 13-year-old daughter named the fuck are they? Who are they naming their kids? What are they naming their kids?
getting worse.
What are they naming their kids over here in the Isle of Man, dude? Apparently, her name's Voirrey, like
You
Voirrey.
already knew getting into this. They spelled Jeff Gef.
Like I knew the Isle of Man was wonky, but damn, dude, Voirrey.
You're devaluing the ghost hunters. You're saying they're not relevant whatsoever. Then you're judging the daughters.
I'm not even like a paragraph in. They they claimed
Okay.
they
Okay.
claimed the whole get this. You listen? Open up your ear holes. Cause get this shit. They claimed they heard persistent scratching, rustling, and I swear to you, vocal noises behind their farmhouse's wooden wall panels that variously resembled a ferret, a dog, or a baby. It was one of those three things. It was causing that
Are you
ruckus.
sure?
Am I sure about that? It says a ferret, a dog, or a baby. It was one of the three. According to the Irvings, a creature named
A creature named Chandler,
a,
the big sauce daddy.
a creature. I was rustling in their walls. It says,
What are you doing on the Isle of Mans?
wait, get this.
Rustling in this guy's wall,
Get
and they
this.
named you Jeff with
A
a
creature,
G.
according to the Irvings, a creature named Jeff introduced itself and told them it was a mongoose born in New Delhi, India, like Ricky Tikki Tavi. In 1852, according to Voy Ray, Jeff was the size of a small rat with yellowish fur and dusty bushy tail. Explain this to me.
No.
So it's described representing a ferret, a dog, a baby, but it told them it was a mongoose.
I don't think Jeff is a reliable source.
Jeff can't keep his facts straight.
He can't keep his story straight.
I can't. Look, we're not
Look.
disbelieving the family. We're disbelieving the talking mongoose.
Right.
He can't get his story straight. So Jeff, what did they say about Jeff? The Irvings say that Jeff communicated to them that he was an. Jeff communicated to them that he was an extra, and I quote, an extra, extra clever mongoose, an earthbound spirit, and a ghost in the form of a mongoose, and once said, and I quote, I am a freak. I have hands and I have feet, and if you saw me, you'd faint. You'd be petrified, mummified, turned into stone or a pillar of salt. The Irvins made various claims about Jeff. He supposedly guarded their house and informed them of the approach of guests or any unfamiliar dog. They said that if someone had forgotten to put out the fire at night, Jeff would go down and stop the stove. The Irvins claimed Jeff would also wake people up when they overslept, and whenever mice got into the house. Jeff supposedly assumed the role of the cat, although now he's a fucking cat. Now he's a cat. Is he a skinwalker? Is Jeff a skinwalker? He would go down and what would he do? He ate he ate biscuits, chocolates, and bananas, and food was left for him in a saucer suspending from the ceiling, which he took when he thought no one was watching. The Irvins claimed the mongoose regularly accompanied them on trips to the market, but always stayed on the other side of the hedges, chatting incessantly. Let's see, we kind of skip through here. Several other people, including journalists, both locals and visitors, claim to have heard Jeff's voice, and two claim to have seen it. However, physical evidence was lacking. Footprint stains on the wall and hair samples claimed to be evidence of Jeff were identified as belonging to the Irving sheepdog, as several photos which were claimed by the Irvings to depict Jeff.
So, either Jeff is a genuine ghost, and that's why he's not leaving any evidence, or the whole family is delusional.
And apparently some townsfolk too,
Yeah.
who probably wanted to capitalize on the fame that the family was getting, the notoriety they were getting. They
Right.
decided to capitalize on it by saying, "Oh yeah, I saw it. Hell yeah, I saw it. You better believe it."
Jeff is the only ghost I believe in
As of right this second,
right this moment. I'm gonna give it a 5.
I think he was bullshitting. I think he was just a talking mongoose. He was fucking with them.
You don't think he was a ghost?
No, no, he was not a ghost. He was a talking mongoose. He was fucking with the family. Woo!
For
Speaking
the
of
audience,
riddles,
I have my head in my hands.
I really do think. I think he's screwing with
So
them.
he's not a ghost. It's not plausible that he's a ghost. It's more plausible that he's a talking mongoose. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
I'm gonna go with ghost on this, but it's not.
Wow.
We're not debating on what it is. We're debating on if it's plausible, and I'm gonna say it's about a 5 on the plausibility scale. Mister, I like talking mongooses.
Yeah, I think they're neat. I'm a Disney princess. I told you. I had that fledgling bird the other day on my finger.
Oh yeah,
I was stroking him and everything and petting him.
you're a Snow White.
I am. I have a way with animals, and I'm telling you, man. I think mongooses can talk. I don't. Okay.
Okay, we're just
I
gonna
don't have.
keep moving.
No,
We're just gonna
no,
keep
no,
moving.
no. I don't have my way with animals. Shit.
You
Talking
have
mongoose. I think it's a solid 2.
Yes, let's just keep it moving. I love Jeff. Jeff is the only ghost I believe in.
Oklahoma, Oklahoma octopus.
Oklahoma octopus.
Yeah,
Is it? Is there just one?
it's a species. It's not like a giant octopus. It's literally just there's octopi, octopuses, octopi, whatever you want to call them. They live in Oklahoma.
I thought they lived in that lake,
They
and they
do.
couldn't find any evidence of it.
Yeah, that's it. It's just in
They're
one lake.
probably they're probably a freshwater octopus. I wouldn't put it past them.
We would put it past.
The species itself. We're trying to get in freshwater. You're gonna tell me. You're gonna tell me how I interpreted octopi. I don't think so.
I didn't know it
They're
was.
aliens. I can tell you that much. Aliens and squids
I mean, literally.
yeah,
Like, no, that they're not from Earth.
no.
Do some research.
For those who don't know, the farthest back for octopus and squid DNA, it leads back to a fucking meteor
It
that hit
does,
the
like
earth.
straight up.
Yes. That's why I don't eat them, because when they come back, they're huge flying saucer like the green aliens from The Simpsons. They're like, who ate squid and who ate octopus? I'm not going to be on that list. I can tell you right now, buddy. I'm not going to be on that list.
Is it
And that
like
has nothing to do with my own dietary choices and my animal activism. It's just straight up, I'm not going to be on that list.
when they do return?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, there's gonna be hell to pay. Fuck, why
I'm just
can't I
say
say
it's
it?
a 5.
Oklahoma octopus is a 5 for you, and I'm gonna say someone probably dumped an octopus in there. Sure, I'll say it's a 10. Like, what's stopping you from just throwing an octopus in there? They've never been spotted alive. So I'm gonna say, yeah, sure, yeah.
Who's just dumping carcasses of octopi in this one lake in Oklahoma?
Remember that time all those Garfield phones washed up on shore and there's like thousands of them?
Don't remind me.
it's
That's
a low point in history.
that is like a straight up like glitch in the universe right there. It's just like something that is so undescribably unfallible. Like not even like a Lovecraftian deity, but just
An
something so
anomaly.
yeah.
Th- I hate to burst your bubble. They did actually find out where they came from.
You know, it's a ship and everything, but
The idea
the
is so
idea
insane.
itself, yeah.
And then when you get to it, it's like, or like that guy who killed a bunch of people, cut up their feet and put them in boxes. They never found them, and they never found the bodies that the feet belonged to. But like these boxes would wash up with human feet in them. There was like just no explanation.
That's wild.
Yeah, they just never figured out who these. They just found feet with no body. Wait, what? Who's missing?
Yankee with no brim. Oh, buddy.
Okay.
What we got next?
Wait, hold on. I didn't rank it yet. No, I said 2 out of 10. Yeah, yeah, it's a 10 out of 10.
You said a 10, I said a 5.
Yeah, okay. So, then we got Kappas.
Alright, 8. You know what? It's gonna be a 10. You know why? It was a good ass movie we watched. You remember
That's
that?
your favorite guy? We mentioned it on the podcast.
I don't even remember what the movie was called.
It's just
But
about
like,
yokai.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Some Japanese mythology in here.
yeah, it's supernatural entities, mystical. It's like
And he's friendly.
yeah,
Super chill.
for the most part.
I mean, he has his bad days.
Some days are very bad. I don't.
No, there's a few eating babies here and there,
Yeah,
but for the most, I mean,
he's helping with overpopulation. So at the end of the day, is he really doing anything bad?
so you agree with Ebenezer Scrooge? We need to decrease the surplus population.
I'm gonna say it's a 10 on the possibility of
Hmm.
Kappas being real.
A 10 or an 8.
A 10.
A 10. Flat out 10.
It was gonna be 8, but then I remembered the movie.
We're trying to be scientific here.
Yeah, the
Okay.
movie was pretty
Well,
realistic to me.
well, damn, I want mermaids at a 10 too, but we can't all have what we want.
Fine, put it at an 8.
Okay,
Loser.
8. And I'm gonna say I think people are seeing turtles. Uh, I think these turtles eat babies, but I think most of the time they're pretty docile creatures.
They have their hiccups.
Some people claim that they're giant salamanders because they have huge ass salamanders, and it's possible.
Yeah, they got dragons.
All right, I'm gonna.
You're just gonna gloss over that? I'm helping your case on dragons, and you're just like, don't want to, don't want to engage.
7.
Okay.
Human eating tree.
As weird as it sounds,
Sneeze.
bless you.
Thank you.
As much as I want it to be a 10, you see, the dog agrees too. I think it's gonna be a 5. The middle of the road.
Okay.
If piranha plants can eat flies, why can't a tree just start thinking, "I want to eat it. I want to eat this person"?
Like the tree from Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Uh,
Or the Evil Dead.
it didn't eat them.
It tried. It tried in the TV show.
That is true. That is true. Um, what do I think about human eating trees? I gotta be real. I haven't considered it. I'm gonna say I think it's entirely possible. I'm gonna say it's a 9.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't put anything past the natural world. Once we start getting into some other stuff, it's like come on. I think it. Yeah, I think it's possible. Organic, organic Blackhawks. This is on most conspiracy icebergs, but like, do we have to
It's
describe it?
fun. I mean, it's a fun idea. I don't think we need to describe. That's literally what it is. It's a Black Hawk that's organic. It's like organic matter.
It's all the
It's like a
Blackhawk
bird,
helicopters. Yeah,
except it's a
where are
helicopter.
they roosted? They just roost on military bases? Does the
You're
government
asking
allow?
the real questions.
Does the government allow them to stay on their bases for defense? Like how like is it like good for crops or something? You know what I mean? Like how people like keep certain animals around, like livestock, because it's just good for the environment. Is that Blackhawk helicopters? Are they just like
I think I'm gonna give my lowest rank at 2 on this one.
what's crazy about that?
What?
I'm giving it a 1.
I mean, it's not far fetched given the topic we're talking about, but realistically, the idea of something being man-made, but in some way just for some reason it's organic, kind of like throws a wrench in a lot of stuff.
If it wasn't for the fact that it's a helicopter,
Yeah,
if it was some other avial or some other kind of thing, maybe.
yeah.
But because it's literally a factory-made machine, I'm sorry, I can't.
Did the robots give it life?
I, dude, their tinfoil hats are on so tight the blood circulation's cut off. They're starting to see shit. The sand. Okay, all right. We got ourselves a big one here. We got the Sandown Clown. Everyone, hold up.
I will tell you already, it's 10. Straight up an
Okay,
alien.
yeah. So for those unfamiliar with the Sandown Clown, a bunch of kids saw this guy like over 40 years ago. Literally, 2 kids saw him, and in the creepiest way possible. And by the way, this predates Pennywise, so like creepy clowns aren't like really a thing yet. I'm sure people were scared of him, but not like it wasn't like a major fear, and clearly not because these 2 kids saw a clown who had like all these different contraptions on, like just weird. Like he made weird sounds, like he had like a megaphone, but he wasn't holding a megaphone, but it sounded like his voice was echoing really far. A bunch of techno sounds. He invited them into this like tent. And it was just like weird gizmos and doohickeys, and I think it was just some dude I really do. I think it was this dude. Either the kids were lying, which kids are prone to do, or it was just some dude, some weirdo.
I think it's an alien.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? Sure. Where are we at?
Kind of
Sandown,
reminds me of the tire guy.
the
The
Michelin
cryptid
Man.
that's literally the Michelin Man.
I love that one. So, why did I put him on here? I don't know. We'll talk about him someday. Uh, you're a 10?
Yeah. I mean, if you think it's like just a guy fucking with the kids, it's a 10.
I'm gonna say I think it's a 6 as far as well, we're talking about plausibility, not whether I think it actually happened. So if I think it's just a guy, then it's a 10.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah. Like I'm trying to.
If you think the event happened, then it's a matter of like, yeah, if you thought it happened, the plausibility of it being whatever you want it to be is determined by you. And if you think it's just a random guy, obviously that's going to be a 10. But like for me, since I'm all hardcore with aliens being real, it's going to be a 10. But for most people, if the concept was it was an alien, it might have been lesser.
Okay, so to get to stuff where the sources are more credible, because this whole time we haven't really talked about any like really legitimately credible sources. So 4chan, this guy on
Uh-oh.
4chan, don't worry, we're not going down any crazy rabbit holes today. This one's pretty tame. Apparently, this guy, his uncle didn't work at Microsoft. His uncle didn't work at Disney. In fact, his dad worked for the Air Force and said that he was stationed down in Antarctica and that apparently there's these fucking Arctic striders.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
Arctic striders,
It
yeah.
was 2chan, not 4chan.
How do-
2chan is the Japanese.
It was Japanese.
Yeah, story's Japanese.
I don't remember it being Japanese.
Yeah.
It was all in English when I read it, so
Well, I mean, they could have translated it.
yeah.
Yeah, but I remember reading it, and it was
The
mentioning.
patches, well, the patches were also in English.
I don't know. I remember it being a Japanese story, and it originated from 2chan.
So the guy takes pictures of these patches, and and it's very clearly like, yeah, his dad worked for the United States Air Force. Uh, and he says when he was stationed down there, he saw a bunch of like spider-looking creatures. They're like huge apparently, and at night, everyone's scared to go outside in Antarctica at night. Not because it gets even colder than normal, but because there's giant fucking spiders.
Okay, we're talking about two different stories then.
Yeah,
We're the icebergs that move.
the ninjas.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
Japanese.
we're not talking about yeah. No, I was so
That's
confused.
my bad. That's my bad.
So Arctic striders are like these giant spider creatures that like roam around at night, and their only source was some guy on 4chan.
Yeah, I could see that. Giant ass spiders in Antarctica. It blend it. So if it's like,
They don't blend in.
oh, they don't.
They're not white.
They're not.
No, in fact, there was a. It wasn't from this guy, but someone posted a picture of like supposedly a real Arctic strider, and it's just like some brown creature. But that's what that guy says. I believe the original guy who had no photographic proof whatsoever to begin with.
Did they describe the color
Not really.
in the post? Or no? I could believe that it's kind of like the Yeti lobster, where it's covered in white fur.
See these a crustacean.
Yeah, I think it's a land-based crustacean.
You see those coconut crabs too?
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
it's huge.
yeah. I think
They're
it's
huge.
covered in white fur. I can imagine giant crustaceans covered in white fur walking through the Antarctica and not really be spotted.
We can give it.
So with my idea of it, I'm gonna say about a 7. The idea is that there's just
That's reasonable. Yeah.
straight up brown spiders, just giant spiders.
I don't think there's spiders, and even with the blurry photo that was uploaded, it doesn't look like a spider. It kind of looks like those testicular looking things from Half Life from Zen, the Zen dimension.
Right.
There's like these giant bulbous looking creatures that just so happen to have these big legs. I'm gonna give it a. I don't think the story's true, but do I think they could exist? I'm giving it a 2. Here's what's next. Thunderbird.
Oh yeah, it's real. It's like a 10, like straight up.
I think it's a California condor. Now, granted, yeah, it's in South America too. Like it's not just the Southwest.
It's just the same bird because birds migrate.
Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying is I think it's a California condor,
Yeah.
and perhaps someone saw it in like a thunderstorm, and they saw the lightning flash, and then they saw its silhouette against the lightning, and thought, "Holy shit, that's a thunderbird." Yeah, it's a 10. I think that's a they're literally
Zapdos. Straight up Zapdos.
so 10,
Yeah.
10, and 10. Shadow people.
Oh yeah.
You actually have an experience with
I
this
have
one.
several experiences with I assume the same person. I definitely think they're real, and I definitely think that I'm not biased because I've literally seen them. I just think the idea of entities uh, being the absence of light is very plausible because it's not. I don't think it's just our brain just playing tricks with us. It might be our brains showing us something that we typically wouldn't be able to see,
Okay.
but I don't really typically think too much about it because with the experiences I've had, it always feels normal.
There's benevolence to it,
Yeah, it's
like that hand on the shoulder, like this feeling of they know you, you possibly know them. This is acknowledgement between you two,
yeah,
and you move on.
yeah. It's almost like well, like it might be a little projecting, but it always feels like they're just checking in, see how I'm doing.
It's your future self traveling back to make sure you didn't fuck up.
But
I
you
mean,
can't time travel to a location that doesn't have a time machine. That's not how time travel
are you
works.
sure?
That's, once the time machine is invented, time does not become linear anymore.
Who says it was? Time is already a human construct.
Okay, buddy. We're talking about shadow people, not the concept of time travel.
So I don't get any benevolence out of shadow people, the few I've seen, but I've always interpreted it as my mind's playing tricks on me because for some reason it's always when I'm tired do I see them. So I just rationalize as like I just saw something out of the corner of my eye because I'm tired. At the same time, there's also this feeling of I just beheld something I was not supposed to. Like somehow that thin veneer that separates our reality from the next somehow is separated, and for a brief moment I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to witness. I just suppress that feeling and say it's my mind playing tricks on me, and I move on with my day, and I don't think about it. But shadow people are real. So you're a 10
Yeah.
because you actually have experiences with them.
Yeah.
That'll probably help your case.
Yeah.
Um,
It's one of the, I think in terms of the list so far, it's the only one I've seen.
you can concretely say,
Yeah, they're real.
yeah, I think it's a psychological thing, but at the same time, I'm like, I mean, you're seeing something, and enough people see it, so I'm gonna say it's a 10. Oh, here's a fun one. Bat Squatch. I don't know if I can weave in the concept of time travel on this one.
Bat Squatch. Is it really far fetched to say that maybe through a mutation, ape
No,
was able to grow wings? You know?
only one?
Well, no, I'm saying that just like we were talking about with the chupacabra, how like there was this one mutation, and it sticked and passed down through generations.
Bat wings?
And yeah,
No,
why
I
not?
know. I'm more concerned with how it gets its body off the ground. This is some damn strong wings.
Yeah, I mean it's a big ape.
You know how big the wings would have to be? How muscular they'd have to
Yeah.
be?
I mean, you heard what Joe Rogan said about gorillas. If they were on a on a workout regimen, we would be done. They're highly
They'd be Planet of the Apes.
yeah. They were on a workout regimen. It would be we'd be done.
Game over, man. Game over.
But no, I biology is well science. Period. It's not my strong suit, but given what my basic understanding of biology and how things might work, I'm gonna give it a plausibility of about a 7.
You're a credible source. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but if I were to talk, this is what I would say.
I think that's the most fair way to be.
A 7?
Yeah.
It's 7 for us. Is like you ever take tests in school and the teacher would be like, if you don't know the answer, circle C.
Yeah.
That's what a 7 is. It's like if I don't know, I'm just gonna put a 7.
Because it's like, yeah, I give plausibility to a lot of things, whether or not they're genuinely like a solid chance or not. But for me, a 7 is like it. For my own, if I have to take an educated guess,
So a 7. All right.
yeah,
Put you down for a big fat 7. I'm gonna say. Guess I'm gonna say 2.
you're lame. You're lame. Wouldn't that be something though? You
Oh,
just
out of this entire list, is the only one that's real.
yeah, that
Could you have right now? A bat squatch came down and swooped and like snatched me up. What would you tell people? What the fuck are you gonna tell them?
it's on record. It would be on recording.
It'd be like the last broadcast. You just get blamed for it.
See, yeah, okay, okay. I see where you're going with here.
Yeah, yeah, like yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you get blamed. Okay.
Missing footage, but
All
they'll
right.
find the missing footage.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Okay, yeah. So the infield monster.
Totally happened. Like that's a solid 10.
You're familiar with
It's
the
a
story?
straight up alien. Yeah,
Okay, if you're familiar with the story, then I'm not gonna read it.
yeah.
So the infield monster is Pinky from Doom,
Basically, yeah.
as someone once described on an iceberg chart. I'm inclined to believe him.
Yeah.
It's especially when you're coming at it from the angle that it's an extraterrestrial.
Oh yeah, it's for sure an alien.
So you're a 10?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 6. I'm not so sure this instance of extraterrestrial activity really happened.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm over 5, so I'm more inclined to believe something happened more so than nothing did at all.
Right.
We still have quite a way to go. You still want to breeze through these?
We can always do a part 2 because it's already at like over 3 hours.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You can tell you're getting antsy. Yeah, we still have quite a good list here of stuff, and this is like, to me, this is like an amateur's list. This is like a newbie list.
We could always add to that list.
Oh, you want to be like an ongoing thing,
Yeah.
like as a segment?
Sure. You know, this could be part 1 of our cryptids diagnosis or
Okay.
whatever. Because what we have planned next week, we will not have time to come back to this topic, but I think, maybe a couple bonus tracks here and there we can talk about it. But, yeah, I think this is a good stopping point at the
Bat Squatch?
yeah
Or
no
the infield monster.
Enfield monster.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk too much about it, but Yeah, this is like a beginner's list. It feels like,
Yeah.
and we're still going. We still have an entire page. That was one page,
Yeah.
and it took us however long it took, but we still have a lot more to go. One of these is literally just a creepy pasta. So
Yeah, I
it's
think.
like we're running out of content.
Yeah.
But folks, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for spending time with us. We hope to see you next week and to talk about movies, monsters, and music.
Yes, sir. Every Tuesday.
Be
Peace.
there, be square. Love you. Bye bye. Girl, why is that so wet?